back it while he's here to receive it, right?
Yeah,
we'll talk about it a bit later.
Story.
We have people in the field because there is lots happening across the country. We'll be touching base with them in a short while. But in studio with us, we have two very, very special guests we'll be chatting with in a very short while after these messages. Stay with us.
Here.
Yeah, man. I hope I can get my glasses before.
By Grenada Paper Products, Brighton and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union. Live broadcast of the National Colours Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Brighton and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union. Live broadcast. Going higher. 50 years we're blessed with fortune and fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher. Going higher. As we aspire, build and advance as one people together.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union introduces its new digital platform, managing your finances at any time from anywhere.
As a part-time student, balancing work and studies can be a real challenge. But with GCCU's digital app, these worries are no more. My parents can now remotely transfer funds to my account and I can check my balance at any time, giving me the freedom to achieve my goals.
My days can be long and tedious. With this app, I can ensure my loan is paid on time, transfer funds to someone else's account, and check my balances. I don't have to rush to do business during my lunch hour or after work anymore.
With this app, I can request checks to pay my suppliers, letters for my business transactions. I don't have to leave my farm to go stand in line.
The Grenville Credit Union digital platform. It's convenient and secure banking right at your fingertips. Download the app today from the Play Store or App Store or call 442-8602, 459-4325 or 416-8467 for further information.
How do you choose your toilet paper? Just because it's soft and nice. That's how I choose my toilet paper. Made right here in the Isle of Spice. Cherished streets of Harbor Bay. Super value every day. The price is right and locally they're made. Support local when you purchase Cherish and other quality brands from Grenada Paper Products.
You mentioned the wing kai, then you have things like manuals, force combat, you know. We have the low power there.
It is kind of like the same man, and it's just different name for the same kind of thing.
And last but not least, I just want to say to all the men who saw me, call me, and ask for a piece of cake. I'm baking this weekend.
Join us Fridays at 8 on GBN Television, K105 FM, GBN's Facebook page and YouTube channel for We Culture.
Morning buzz.
You're back?
We're blessed with fortune and fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher. Going higher. As we aspire, build advance as one people together. Bang, bang, bang. It's only up from it. Take time to reminisce on the richness of our history from the beginning. Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with fortune and fire.
Welcome back, Grenada. It is National Colors Day, and this special broadcast is to help you to see all that is happening across the country. The schools are in the streets. They're marching the vibrant colors, or national colors, the red, the green, and the gold. They are on display today. The creativity is raw, and we're going to capture as much of it as we can for you. Before we go to the streets, though, we have a young man in studio with us. Auntie Sherms.
Not only the young man,
yeah,
but the older head.
We'll talk about the older head in a bit, but I want to keep the spotlight on this young man. He He is so special. He is so creative. He's so talented. And he's so shy, but he shouldn't be. Good morning to you, Brian.
Good morning, everyone. Happy National Colors Day to everyone. I'm happy to be here in studio today.
We're happy to have you folks. And if you didn't know, as the guy that says, Ryan is one of the co-writers on what has become the biggest rival to a national anthem, Auntie Sherms.
Well, right now,
and probably it's bigger.
I wouldn't say the rival is very much ahead of it.
It's ahead of it.
Indeed,
Grenadians, Ryan, love your song. It's the biggest. It's the biggest thing. You hear it on every ad, every event, every station. When you have every station playing your song, that must be a special feeling.
Well, I think it is even more impactful when every little child in Grenada is singing the song.
They know it word for word.
That because children are the ones who would take something out there and really blossom it. And I get goosebumps when I see those little primary school children. I looked at a little video I was showing you a while ago with a little 1-year-old. He's trying to sing the song. He's dancing and spinning around and he's trying to sing the song. And this is awesome. This is amazing.
It is.
You know?
Yeah, definitely those clips of seeing the school children singing out the song and they know every word. They even know the ad-libs. One of the things that makes me laugh is every time Akeem's part comes around, they always sing out the skibbity bang bang bang. When I first saw that, I could have died. It was so hilarious to me. But that just shows how much the song has really connected with the young people and how much the whole country has really appreciated it. And that's a special thing for me and for everyone who was a part of it and for every Grenadian, really.
What would have been in your mind, though, when the parts that you would have written, what were your thought processes at the time? How were you feeling? You must have had some real deep connection to, pen those things.
Yeah, we wanted to make something that was Grenadian, that would resonate with the people and that was modern sounding. So we wanted everyone, old and young, to be able to connect with it. So we were making a project not just, that we should be okay with, but something for Grenada that Grenada would really appreciate. And some of the words, we were careful to use certain phrases that we knew that Grenadians would connect with, the O Island in the Sun, the coat of arms, things Grenadians knew already and that would pick up on immediately and have a connection with. So that's the thought process going into it, yeah.
Excellent.
How long did it take to create that piece?
It took a long time. Aquino first called me at the end of last carnival season and said he has this project he wants me to help him with. And from then till the song released, I think in November, late November, so several months, just not only getting the demo done so we could show to the artist, but also approaching each individual artist with a different schedule and getting them to believe in the project and getting them to actually get into a studio to record. And then, of course, the video component. But that one, actually, I want to big up the videographers and the video team because they did an amazing job in a short time to bring the visuals to life after we had the music done. Yeah.
One of the unique things about the song happens to be the vocalists and the positioning of them and the story that they are telling individually. So that in itself must have taken some real smart production to blend these voices together in the appropriate places.
Yeah, I want to again big up John and Aquino and Afiba really for lending their musical ear to aid us in that, because there was some trial and error involved in terms of who's singing what line.
Right.
And there was a studio session when we came to realize Tammy was the voice to open it. We were all in there, and the original person who was supposed to sing, they couldn't make it scheduling wise. So we tried a few people, and then when we heard Tammy sing that first few lines, we were like, okay, no, this is the voice. It was like one take really. Right. It was a first take. Yeah. And then we knew from there it was going to be special. Yeah.
Did they have to audition to get the parts, or you just selected?
No, it was nothing like that. It was a very free-flowing process. We use resources close to us, and we reach out to people who are willing and who made time for the project, you know. And so it wasn't an audition, but we wanted the best sound for the best part. So we had people try out different things, and based on what we heard and John's musical ear, you know, John, Expert Productions and Afiba, these are people experienced in music who have made hits already in Grenada. So they know what they're looking for. And we tried our best to support them in that. Yeah.
Excellent blend of voices.
It really is. You're hearing the soca artists, you're hearing the contemporary singers, and you put everybody together, and we have magic. It really is a magical piece. So what is next for Riggy? Carnival on the horizon?
Well, of course, Carnival is on the horizon. I will be taking part, you know. I'm a soca lover, a soca enthusiast. So I will be taking part. Also, me and Tallest Aquino, we have a project that we just released a video. It's called Kosher. It's a little bit of Afrofusion music. That's out already. And yeah, we have some other projects in the works. I wouldn't say too much. Do you
write for other people if somebody wants to? You write as well for others?
Of course, that's what I do. I've written songs for Dennis Belfon. I've been in rooms writing with Mr. Killer. I've written a couple songs with Jefferson. Right now, most recently. I don't know if you guys know that one.
I'm going to interfere with this now, but do you believe that you've inherited those skills to write and all that culture from your dad?
Well, I do believe in the passing down of skills through genes. I do believe that I've gotten some of my writing ability, because that is my inherent. I always tell people my inherent talent is writing. Everything else I worked on, like to singing and stuff, I wasn't good at singing. I could. My friends would tell you the first time I sent them things, they were traumatized. But you know, I worked on it, and I got to the point where I'm able to do these things. But the writing was there. I've been writing since I was, as long as I can remember myself. So that came from the genes.
Let me ask you this. Although this song has been written for Grenada, I firmly believe it is something that anyone, any part of the world can pick up and sing with pride. When you talk about going up, you talk about something that is elevating and so on and so forth. Do you visualize the song moving out, not necessarily or only to the Grenadian diaspora, which has certainly embraced it, but a Caribbean embracing of it?
Well, the song has taken a life of its own online. We don't have any control of how far the song is going to reach. It's out there. You know, I've seen
people commenting on their tour Caribbean saying that they're not from Grenada, but they love this so much.
Yeah.
Even some of my friends who are musicians who are from different countries have messaged me and saying, this makes me feel and wish I was Grenadian a little bit. So it's something that connects even with people who aren't Grenadian.
Wonderful.
But it's probably something that would lead them to coming to Grenada and to wanting to know more about our culture and our music. So that's what it is.
As the song says, it's only up from here.
Up from here, John.
And it certainly is a highlight as we celebrate this 50th anniversary. I think that is going to be one of the bigger takeaways of this anniversary. So kudos to you, to Aquino and the entire team. I believe we have 22 voices on that piece.
22.
And Aquino is very talented.
He is. I actually had the opportunity to see him in a play recently.
Aquino is one of the most...
Well, you know, you say
he's a gem.
You've seen him in a play recently. I remember him as a little boy in Lion's Old Mass, and he played called The Entire Man, and he was in a tire. So that little creative energy has been there from a long time, you know. And it's so wonderful to see you youngsters really shining bright on this 50th anniversary.
The youngsters, they're leading. They're leading.
Yeah. Let me say this, take the opportunity to say this publicly. Aquino is one of the most talented persons I've ever met, and I've had the pleasure to work with. He's so versatile, and in terms of writing, in terms of poetry, in terms of writing songs, he's one of the persons with the most credibility in Grenada. I want to say that out publicly. So big up yourself, Aquino, if you're watching this.
No, I fully endorse. And going back to that play, I was saying it's the first reenactment I saw leading up to the revolution, and the way he brought that character to life. It was the first time I actually appreciated the frustrations people probably felt at that time, you know, leading up to the revolution. Because people asked me about the revolution, and I was like, I mean, Grenadians are so laid back, I cannot see another revolution. But he took me back to that time. So I wasn't around, but he brought me there, and it took great skill. So I'm like, seriously talented young man. He really brought it to life. So big up to Aquino, to you, Ryan. Look out for Reggae Atmosphere, folks. He is, I keep saying, our next big thing in music and production. Ryan, I just want to shift the focus a little bit and talk to that gentleman
sitting next
to you, right?
With that proud smile on his face.
I could just imagine. I could just imagine the pride. He's like, probably saying, I did this.
Well, I want to put on my shades because he has a little pecan to give me about my shades, so I'm going to take it.
Good morning to you, Chris.
Good morning, Janelle. Good morning, Shoma.
Morning.
And Shoma talking about the pecan, as I say. She wear her dark shades because the future is so bright, you know.
Blinding is blinding.
I don't want to be blinded.
Great joy to be here and to be sitting next to my son, whom, as we say, my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Right? He's a gifted youngster, and he's following his passion in life. He receives the support, the 110% support of all his family, his mother and myself. And I want to congratulate him for the part he has played in bringing this piece of creativity out, this theme song for the Independence celebration. And to congratulate not just him, but all who have worked on the project, including Aquino. And these two are like soulmates, they work together, and so on. So there's it speaks well for the creativity, for young Grenadians, and I think they're going to straddle the world with their creativity going forward. So I feel very especially privileged to be sitting next to my son this morning.
Excellent.
Indeed, right. Indeed. I could just imagine the pride. You mentioned the future, though, that blindingly bright future that has forced Auntie Sherms to put on her dark shades this morning. And we understand that you were in the audience last night as a commemorative $50 note was unveiled, and the vision moving forward was also shared with the population. What's your thoughts on it?
Well, it was a special moment in Grenada's history. There's something about this entire independence celebration, the spirit, that is very special. I've never seen that kind of coming together of Grenadians around an independence celebration before, that kind of outpouring of patriotism. Last night, it was electrifying. You could feel it in the massive turnout of people and the spirit that just permeated the entire room. You know, it was really wonderful. People were not sure what to expect. They were invited to an unveiling of this commemorative $50 note, and it was unveiled with all the drama of theatrical production, which is part of my forte, and so it impressed me. I believe that there are two things. One, the attempt to capture what is essentially all the outstanding symbols of Grenada, to capture that on a little $50 note. And it was particularly bold and impressive that, on one side of the bill you had Eric Gary, and the other side was Morris Bishop. And there are some people who probably would have found that a bit hard to understand, right? But I think that in spite of the differences between these two gentlemen, they both had a strategic dedication for the betterment of Grenada. And that is what we have to do when we remember people who have gone before us. They have left their footprints on history. They were human beings. I'm sure they made mistakes in the way they expressed themselves, and sometimes, their humanness, their human frailties came out. But I think it was a great thing done to have the images of both Sir Eric Gary and Morris Bishop on the same note. It's a call for unity. And it is an essential element of the future that we want to make for Grenada. So to me, that was a great thing. But outside of that, the message being brought by the Prime Minister in this presentation, I found particularly impressive. There were about 5 things he highlighted. But even outside of the 5 things he highlighted was the approach he used to deliver the message. It wasn't like, I'm saying unto the people, like in a gospel, I now say unto you, I now pronounce that this is the way we're going forward. The Prime Minister ditched his suit, his jacket, and was wearing a polo shirt or a T-shirt with the Grenada, the logo and so on. And then he engaged the audience in a conversational manner. Let's talk, let's chat about the kind of future. And the kind of future, not just I want to see, but what do you want to see? And what is your role? Challenging them in that regard. So when he touched on agriculture, he touched on the issue of food security, which is critical. Any nation that calls itself a nation must be able to feed itself. He touched on the issue of education, investing in the most valuable resource that we have, which is our human resource, people. And investing in skills and capabilities, but also investing in a knowledge of the history of Grenada. Who are we? And what is this thing called Grenadianness? Collective consciousness or journey of self-determination. These are critical elements in the education of Grenada going forward. He spoke also of health. Again, it's another investment in the human resource, because if you're unhealthy, you can't do nothing. And to what extent can we invest in a kind of preventative healthcare rather than a curative healthcare, and so on. And that is important going forward. And of course, energy. We are a small nation, and our carbon footprints are low. But we have a responsibility to change the way we produce energy. And what I was impressed with in the Prime Minister's presentation on the issue of energy was his commitment to walk the talk. In other words, I'm not just saying we should change. It's not just rhetoric. We are prepared to create an enabling environment through regulation and legislation and so on to ensure it happens with electric vehicles. And it is something that we can look forward to as a vision of the future. And of course, you know, the final thing that he impressed me was him saying basically, let's make this journey together. If after 50 years we do not understand the need for maturity, and if we do understand the need to embrace all Grenadians, regardless of differences in ideology and politics and so on and religion, then we haven't learned the lesson yet, because we have to craft one future together as a people. As they say, up and up and up, one journey, one people. So I'm sorry for all this long presentation, but last night really made a big impact on me as a Grenadian citizen.
That's quite all right. I mean, it was an impactful presentation. I actually got a little emotional seeing that $50 bill with, as you say, 2 or more controversial leaders on it. I got a little tear. I didn't think I would be, Auntie Shubs, but I did. Really. It touched something to see our faces on our money, our $50 note. I'm hoping to get one at some point. I hope
but it's not going to be available till June.
Till June.
Yes.
Till
okay.
June.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
and then, and of course, it was said you can either keep it or spend it.
Keep it or spend
Right.
it.
And if you're in Brooks, you could keep it, right?
But interestingly, Janelle, 2 of very prominent and outstanding citizens, Eric Matthew Gary, who would have been the father, is the father of independence, and then you have Morris Bishop, who took us through a revolutionary period. Yes, there were rivals between them politically during the electoral process, 72 coming up that way. But at the end of the day, you find, regardless of who you place on that, together with Sir Eric, people will complain. Yeah, simply because of their political alliance or allegiance to different people. So you have the little tete-a-tete going on. And that is expected of the Grenadian people. But
no, that's
we
must,
must,
spicy.
Yeah, we must be able to recognize the important eras within our time. And in spite of how we may think, that revolutionary period is extremely significant within that process as well. So having Morris Bishop there, in spite of the fact that they were opposing, and people were saying, well, oh, he opposed independence. It wasn't about he opposing independence. It was a section of the Grenadian people, led by the GNP at the time, that was in opposition. So it wasn't like Morris Bishop himself totally opposing independence.
Well, you know, I was part of the resistance
well, there you
as
go.
a young student at GBSS, but my understanding of the position of Morris Bishop and the political movement he represented was one that was not absolutely in opposition to independence, but he was not happy with independence under Eric Gary. Because he felt that Eric Gary would involve in excesses and would have more leverage to do so as a ruler of an independent country. These were his fears. But to say that Morris Bishop was opposed to independence is a misrepresentation of, you know, everything he stood for, because he was part of the struggle for decolonization and the trajectory of the struggle for decolonization, whether it's in Africa or the Middle East or in South America, you know, or the Caribbean, is to struggle for the independence of former colonies, and Grenada is a former colony. So, yep.
But Chris, you mentioned being part of the resistance. 50 years on, what are your views? Do you still have the same views now as you did back then?
Well, let's say hindsight is 20/20 vision. So there are some things I understand better. Sometimes I think of my younger self, and I think I could give my younger self a good rap, right? Because things I understand better now, and I think I've grown to become more tolerant. I've grown to living in Europe helped me to understand diversity and accepting diversity and so on. And so if there's one thing, that is different about me now is a greater tolerance for things that are different from the way I feel and so on. And I believe,
that also has to do with maturity and experience.
Yes. And Grenada is maturing too. Yeah. This is why you could have Eric Gary and Maurice Bishop on the same bill. So and this is, and if we drill down on the essential elements of going forward into the next 25 years, the next 5 decades, we have to understand that there are some things that we have to agree upon, right? Any initiatives that fundamentally improve healthcare should not be the source of debate or argumentation. Some fundamental objectives with respect to education, certain infrastructural development, these things are important. And we cannot split hairs on some of these fundamentals, and one of the strengths of some countries, we speak Scandinavia, right? The governments come and go, but there are some fundamentals that they stick to, and so on. So I think I'm older and wiser, certainly older, right? And I hope I'm wiser. And I hope that Grenada is older and wiser. And the next 5 decades is going to be tough, We still have to deal with pandemics, and no nation that is divided could effectively target craft a response to pandemics. What about issues of climate change? How is it that we have a debate about that when there are certain imperatives with regard to that? And there are other things you can look at. We spoke about food security. We should be all on the same page on these kind of issues. You see? And that is what, we must unite around, a common platform of a number of basic things going forward.
What do you think can get us to that level? Because, Chris, we talk about that decade after decade, that unified approach to our development with our people and so on. In your mind, what do you think that can bring about or start that change to get to that particular position that you're talking about?
The National Organizing Committee for the celebrations has a subcommittee dealing with legacy and history and so on. And with people like Dr. Wendy Grenada and others. And I'm a member of that subcommittee. And this subcommittee has been going around Grenada in the last few weeks, holding town hall meetings and capturing from the belly of the people their thoughts about independence, their thought of Grenadianness, their thought of who our national heroes should be, and their thoughts about what are important, elements of the blueprints for crafting the new Grenada. I think that's a good way to start. We must have effective ways of capturing these important ideas. And then the whole planning is essential. The Prime Minister spoke of planning last night, because if you're in planning, you're doing nothing. True. You could have policies, nice rhetoric and declarations, but you have to lock people in, people from different sides of the political spectrum into agreeing on some plan going forward. So if you have that kind of involvement, then it breeds ownership. And ownership is what will help to create that kind of unifying maturity going forward. It's not, we can talk about it, but we must have the will to do it. All right? And it all begins with how sincere and willing people are to walk that walk, right? Or to walk the talk. True. You see? We're not going to create paradise, but we have certain levels that we must achieve. And there's a process that will help us get there.
Well put. I fully support.
I endorse.
Yeah.
And speaking to the plan, Chris, you mentioned, I was happy last evening to hear the Prime Minister, explain that I didn't draft this plan. This plan came from the people through a previous administration, but it is a good plan. We know why it wasn't implemented before, but we are moving forward. So here's to 75.
Well, and I think it was rather magnanimous and common sense on the part of the Prime Minister to say that this plan, Vision 2020, was there before I got on board. It was a plan crafted under my predecessors, and I embrace the plan. Obviously, it would have to be tinkered with and customized to take into consideration how the world has changed since then, and so on. I don't know. I haven't really. I've glimpsed at some of these things, but I haven't really studied them. And my son here might have a greater feel for an element I'm not sure is embraced in the plan: artificial intelligence going forward. This is the kind of mushrooming phenomenon in global communication and how ideas are spread. And there's a kind of concern that this could be an existential threat to humanity going forward and so on. But I don't know if the plan, we are a small nation, I don't know if the plan, gets into that futuristic thinking, you understand? But, Ryan understands artificial intelligence better than I do, better than I'll ever do.
You're too old for that. But it must be taken into consideration. I don't believe it was an issue at the time of the drafting of that particular plan. However, it has evolved into artificial intelligence as we are today, and it is going bigger and bigger. As you say, it's mushrooming. Yeah. So evidently it must be a part of any plan that we have going forward from there.
It has to be factored in.
It's a powerful tool. It's very impactful on people all over the world. It has its good, its bad, and its evil, and we have to be able to get the best out of it where possible.
And I think it's going to
so it must be a consideration.
The creative industry, which we are looking to grow.
Oh, we know that for sure.
It will. So we want to thank you, gentlemen.
But before you thank my dear friend, Chris, we cannot sit here and talk independence and not talk a little bit about our culture and how it fits into the whole the whole evolution of the 50 years, where we've been, where we are today. I mean, Chris, as
I have the culture man in here, and I'm letting him go without.
And not only that, he's the chairman of the Cultural Foundation, which also plays a pivotal role in the whole independence celebration. You have the committee, the
Paris-based organization,
Independence Committee.
And the Paris-based organization.
Paris-based organization. So we probably would like to get a little idea as to, we know that the celebration continues, especially from a parish perspective, over the next few months, literally for the year.
For the year, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Cultural Foundation recently crafted a new strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, we're trying to find a place in the ecosystem of cultural support institutions in Grenada. You know how the Office of Creative Arts, and they are focusing on new areas, diversifying into new areas of creativity. They have identified fashion and music and the art, and so on. And so we are trying to find our lane to run in. So as you would appreciate, Shoma, having been there yourself, the role of the foundation in festivals as being the overall management institution and giving policy direction to the festivals, ensuring they run at a certain level. And so we're trying to improve systems for managing festivals, as well as identifying the festivals that are really important. They're all important, but we just had this extravaganza in St. Paul's. That's a festival, right? And I mean, they are doing a lot on their own. You just had Camahorn Festival in Sotels, St. Patrick's, right? And then you have other festivals, the Saraka in Riverside and Poetry are coming up. We are in the process of preparing a festival manual, and we want to bring the parish-based organizations to train on how to run festivals properly. So this is one way we could raise the standard of these things, and to do more documentation and research. We're trying to encourage people to research these festivals. For example, Riverside Saraka, and one lady there, she's a teacher, she's a member of Riverside group, and she is making it the subject of investigation for a university degree, a dissertation. The history of the Riverside, Saraka, and so on. So there's that kind of research documentation and curation of the things that are important. We're trying to do what we can at the level of intangible heritage, but also at some point in time, the curation of a tangible heritage, all this built-in heritage, and working in a creative way with the National Museum body, the National Trust, working also with Spice Mass Cooperation. We don't run Carnival, but what we want to do is ensure that the Carnival we have is an authentic Grenadian Carnival. So the Carnival product is important to us. So there's a lot happening. And we feel encouraged by this upsurge of energy and Grenadianness at this point in time. It really helps to create more synergies for what we're trying to do in the Cultural Foundation. So we could talk for the rest of the morning about that, but we have other things to do. And
it's all right.
No, but I'm happy to hear you say that, Chris, and we will have further dialogue very early, because I know that concern about our culture and what is being portrayed at Carnival and so is very important, and I think we need to have that conversation with the stakeholders before we start making costumes and things and for Carnival. So we will be chatting again.
He's the one
soon.
to lead that charge, because the Cultural Foundation's role is to preserve
very critical
Spice Mass.
Critical role.
And
keep the spice in Spice Mass. Yeah.
Which is obvious festival.
Interestingly, Chris, in that same town hall meeting with Wendy Grenade and so, I looked at a little bit of it online, and one of the things that was striking to me is a question that was asked: what is a Grenadian? Identifying a Grenadian, and they had that discussion going. How do you determine who is a Grenadian in terms of the identity? And I think that too is something that is very much important for us to decide. Yeah. A lot of folks had their various bits and pieces to add to it, and one of the things that came out was that a Grenadian is somebody of great courage. Yeah? And the courage they speak to is how we are resilient over a period of time, surviving a hurricane, going through a revolution, going through COVID and so on, and the ability to bounce back. And that person must have a lot of courage to want to go forward, to forge forward. And it was a very interesting discussion. And I think at some point in time, if you have to write, or a student has to write an essay or whatever, on what is a Grenadian, full stop. Interesting concept.
Well, they'll have to look at, some things that, that maybe are not written, the intangible aspects of it, but some of it, it's a process of self-discovery, what we're doing now, right? So, that we somehow, they say oilong is a national dish. So if you're talking about what culture and identity being what you eat, so maybe oilong will find a place there as a national dish. We still, they say bougainvillea is a national flower, all right, so that's another thing.
Interestingly, what you're saying, those elements you're referring to, all that came up in the discussion.
Right. And then, the national dress, there's still a debate, a discussion as to what is Grenadia's national dress. Dominica has one, so it's something we need to look and see where we're going with that, because these are trappings of identity, and we need to drill down on these things, because that will help to define the Grenadianness that we're talking about, and so on. But there are other things that you can put your hand on, right? Or folklore and our beliefs. We come from a tradition of Saraka and Maroon, and so on. The way we the way we planted and harvested, and how we built houses in the past, and how we built boats in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, all that's part of the Grenadianness that we're talking about, and so on and so forth. You know, I mean, we get in there. At least people start talking about it and thinking about it, and you know, in the future we'll consolidate our understanding.
We have to at some point in time.
Yeah.
And even on mythology as well. You talk greatly about the Greek mythology and so on, and we have a lot of that we just throw on the side for granted. You know, we don't consider it as an important.
And they fall into oral traditions which you don't pass on. And
you know, so
there has to be a structured way of passing this on to students in schools. See, and that is you know, a very exciting thing.
Scholars say we are only 50 years, so
we're still young.
We're still young. We have give us some time.
Someone said 50 and what is it, 50 and going on to 16 or something.
Okay. Like dog years. So we're only 50. Give us some time. We'll get to all those bits and pieces as we continue our celebrations. So we want to thank you both for passing through. Chris DeBriggs, Ryan DeBriggs, we appreciate you. Happy Independence to you. And we'll catch up again soon. Right now, Auntie Sherms, we need to head to the big parish. Yeah. They're planning for, we talk about festivals, they are planning for a massive festival later on. Today. Yes. And we have Livingston Nelson. He is the CEO of the Cultural Foundation.
Just to remember that Chris is the chairman of the Cultural Foundation.
We have your staff. He's been waiting.
Hope you give him permission.
You give him time off, Chris?
He's working well within his remit.
I want to take this opportunity to really congratulate this young man, himself and Aquino, for the work that you have done. I really appreciate it.
Hats off.
And I think it's good for you to be here this morning so that Grenadians can see who you are and know who you are. A lot of times we keep people in the shadow, we keep them behind the door, you know, and you hear from name. But to identify with that individual is key. I'm very proud as to what you have given us.
Thank you so much. And as I say that, don't forget Sui. Sui helped us a lot. Sui John as
well.
Batisi, he really contributed in a significant way also to the project.
So thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you guys. So we're going to take a very, very short break. But when we come back, we head up to the big parish where Livingston Nelson, he's waiting in the wings. Stay with us, folks. It's on National Colors Day celebrations, and we're bringing as much as we can of it to you.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union introduces its new digital platform, managing your finances at any time from anywhere.
As a part-time student, balancing work and studies can be a real challenge. But with GCCU's digital app, these worries are no more. My parents can now remotely transfer funds to my account, and I can check my balance at any time, giving me the freedom to achieve my goals.
My days can be long and tedious. With this app, I can ensure my loan is paid on time, transfer funds to someone else's account, and check my balances. I don't have to rush to do business during my lunch hour or after work anymore.
With this app, I can request checks to pay my suppliers, letters for my business transactions. I don't have to leave my farm to go stand in line.
The Grenville Credit Union digital platform. It's convenient and secure banking right at your fingertips. Download the app today from the Play Store or App Store, or call 442-8602, 459-4325, or 416-8467 for further information.
How do you choose your toilet paper? Just because it's soft and nice. That's how I choose my toilet paper. Made right here in the Isle of Spice. Cherished space off Harbor Bay. Super value every day. The price is right and locally they're made. Support local when you purchase Cherish and other quality brands from Grenada Paper Products.
see mention the Winkai, then you have things like Manumos, Force Combat, you know. We have the low pole there.
It is kind of like the same man, and it's just different name for the same kind of thing.
And last but not least, I just want to say to all the men who saw me, call me, and ask for a piece of cake, I'm baking this weekend.
Join us Fridays at 8 on GBN Television, K105 FM, GBN's Facebook page and YouTube channel for We Culture.
Caribbean Passport, join us for Trinidad and Tobago Carnival. Witness the spectacle of the mass, the music and the energy. Then we'll sprint over to Barbados for the Run Barbados Marathon. It's color, revelry and tons of excitement on Caribbean Passport, right here on this station.
So much to see. Every corner I turn, there's something there to remind me of my beautiful nation and what it means to me. Not a thing out of place, that's what's special about it. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight. Just the beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, yes. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight. Just the beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, 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 sweet Grenada. Yeah, this is home.
There are some islands down in the south you don't know nothing about. That's my Grenada, Carriacou, and the Petit Martinique, 3 islands so unique. 3 different islands and 3 different parts in So I urge you, don't stay too long. Come and see where we all belong. Come and see for yourselves. Come behold what we sell. Want a country and tell. Not just beautiful beach. All the culture that's rich. You'll enjoy your friendship. Come and see for yourselves. Come behold what we sell. What a country and tell. Not just beautiful beach. All the culture that's rich. You'll enjoy your friendship. Come and see for yourselves. Come behold what we sell. What a country and tell. Not just beautiful beach. All the culture that's rich. You'll enjoy your friendship. Come and see for yourselves. Come behold what we sell. What a country and tell. Not just beautiful beach.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Bryden and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
And welcome back, folks, to our National Colors Day celebration. It is a live broadcast. I'm Janelle. In studio with me, the one and only Sherma Wells, and online with us right now is the CEO of the Grenada Cultural Foundation. And this morning, well, is it afternoon yet? It's afternoon. We've crossed over. We've actually crossed over that midday hour. It's 12:31 in studios. And Livingston Nelson, he's going to be chatting with us about a major activity happening in the big parish this afternoon. Livingston, you with us?
Hi, folks. How you all doing?
We're wonderful. How are you?
Not too bad. Hey, Sherman. Wow.
Jemma is saying good morning to you, but I don't think she's hearing you.
Good morning, Kumar. A home name. I'm not hearing you. Unfortunately, Janelle did not give me a speaker to hear you, so I mean, we're gonna have to wait.
Janelle, you have to do better than that.
I fully endorse that statement. I have to do better.
All right, I think we're gonna hear him now.
I think she can hear you now. How was it that you were inside, though? We thought you'd be out hanging buntings and making sure all the potholes in Grenville are paved for the march this evening.
Actually, I was actually rushing to come back because we were in Grenville looking at the logistics and the setup. Those guys at them are completing final touches. So I am back home because I'm home. That was summoned me. And I am an obedient child, so I had to oblige.
I like that. I like that.
Well, you know, Livingston, it is so, I feel so good to know that that is going to be taking place there in St. Andrew, simply because it is the home, the birthplace of Sir Eric Matthew Gary. And I understand that there's going to be a big flambeau march from his home village into the town of Grenville. So let us get into the whole.
Yes.
We're going up, Jana?
Big parish is where the lime is at tonight.
From the beginning, it was agreed that it would be the spirit of independence. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we hear
loud and clear.
So we wanted to be the spirit of independence. And we want to do it on the shoulder of the man himself that had certain ideas about what it should be like to be a Grenadian. I heard earlier on you were talking about Grenadian and Grenadianism, etc. I mean, and it was so ably described since February 7, 1974 by Eric Matthew Geary. And that is what he wants for our people. You know, so we are riding on his shoulder, on his, you know, we follow his heels, his footsteps. And we are paying tribute by starting this march from his birthplace. So the Tivoli drummers will be starting in Dunfermline. But on the side where he went to school, the Lafayette Jab say they cannot be left out. Okay. So while originally we didn't have them on the program, they decide, no, this is too important. But here's the twist. They are starting from where he went to school, where he actually taught, but they are addressing this time with an exception, meaning they are addressing with the red, green, and gold color paint. So they're not going to be in black. Yeah. They would have flags, they would have the colors. So the job now is a truly independent job. And they're coming from where he taught, where he went to school, and would be joining us. At Dunfermline itself, there is, I don't know if you know the road, Shema, respect. Daniel to know it, but there is
the disrespect.
There's a shortcut from there that actually comes directly on Dunfermline. And they are coming through there and joining with the Tivoli Drummers. On the other hand, also will be joined by the FECO from St. Mark, House of Creation. They would be joining that parade. So, Grenada, you got to come up, participate in that. And we're doing that as a tribute to Eric Matthew Geary. And we go down to the bus terminus. Now, we are expected to be there by 6:30. The panel would take over, and 7 we start the official ceremony. Now, throughout the whole program, we are going to have videos. We are going to be having what we call cultural awareness tidbits, highlighting the work that was done by Geary, some of his major accomplishments, some of the things that he did in order to, example, like we're going to pay recognition of the fact that about St. George's University, the fact that he purchased the land from W. Julian for the construction of the international airport. We're going to be showing footages of his, a lot of footage. Let me not tell you everything. We want you to come on, because this would be an occasion for serious education and entertainment at its limit.
Excellent. And that's a key point you mentioned, and I like that it is coming out a lot in all the activities that we're seeing. A lot of information, a lot of education mixed in with the entertainment. I think this year, and I think we probably made a greater effort because, it's a golden celebration, it's a Jubilee celebration, it's a 50th anniversary, so I did expect more, but I'm learning a lot this independence than from previous years. So, it's a big deal.
I really like the part, all the jubilant celebration and the march and everything, and the whole homage is wonderful. But I think, to me, the most important part of that is what Livingston mentioned about the achievements of Sir Eric will be the focus there. Because a lot of people seem, we are the older heads, Janelle, would know all of that, but a lot of the younger folks are not aware of a lot of things that Sir Eric would have done for this country. And interestingly, as Livingston speak to the university, the SU, which was the medical school per se, and it's in its initial stage, it has evolved into a full-fledged school. I happened to be at working in television in 1976 when a gentleman by the name of Mervyn Daimali, the Lieutenant Governor of Southern California, who happens to be a Trinidadian, brought Mr. Modica, Charles Modica, to meet with Sir Eric about the medical school, and then he gave them the Grandans Hotel there, which they started out of the school. Interestingly, today, remember, and you would know this, but at the time, everybody thought he was crazy. What is he talking about? Medical school in Grenada and all this crap. But as Livingston mentioned that there, yeah, I fully recall me being, as a young media person, at this function at the then government house, where Sir Eric met with these people. Interestingly. We don't hear much about this gentleman by the name of Mervyn Guy Malley, but I never forgot him.
We are going to be giving information that, you know, most people are not familiar with. But, you know, let us be realistic. A lot of the work that was done by Gary was basically put under the rug. For a lot of years, Gary was basically demonized. And his real contribution to Grenadian society, but the psyche of a free Grenadian was never fully acknowledged. And so we are going out on a limb, intersperse our entertainment with what we call cultural tidbits. And I would backtrack, because cultural tidbits is something that, a program that is initiated from the Grenada Cultural Foundation, is an effort to have a constant awareness taking place on what is taking place with our culture. So we started at Janelle, you know, we actually want to say thank you for your station for allowing us to, you know, to partner with you, your youth, to allow this cultural awareness program to continue. And it's not just about independence, we are doing it now, but it's something that we did before. Looking at the role of the Jab, the role of the Shakti, we came from blah, blah, blah. We are going to continue thereafter. And so this again is going to be a contribution mainly from the Grenada Cultural Foundation, was this independence celebration, to ensure that we insert in that whole idea of celebration the need for education or re-education as it relates to our cultural icon. And I say the word cultural icon because most people see Gary as just as a political animal. But there has not been, I mean, and not that I want to make any comparison per se, but there has not been any leader since that has embraced the culture as much as Gary did. And because of that, he was accused of being a Obia man, he was accused of many things. Part of his trials that he stand was simply because he was in front of a silver band and was marching, and he broke up a meeting that was being conducted by Ellie Foster in Belmont. Because he was so much a culture man. Gary used to be the guy that used to ensure that drummers, not Tivoli drummers, but drummers from Tivoli, went to Carriacou. That them drummers and dancers, etc., from Carriacou came to Grenada. Gary was embroiled with the Grenadian culture. And part of that, I mean, part of the issue that went with Gary was because he was so cultural. And some people saw him as almost as a commoner because of that. And so they thought he was not enlightened enough, again, because he came from that part of the island. So we want to right that wrong. We want to put it in perspective about the role he played. The fact that independence is not just about the celebration, but the liberation of the mind. The fact that he actually, what I would say, fortified. You have to give me permission here, poetic permission to coin a phrase. Fortify the psychology of the Grenadian people by letting them know that, you know, even though you are as black as I am, that you are entitled to a piece of land, to work in a public service, to work in a bank, to work in those areas that is Grenadian. And then because of that, the Governor General, Jennifer Hussein, all those persons that rose in prominence, Gary had a hand in ensuring that this happened, because the black skinned people then, which was looked on, Gary showed that we can do better. The increase in pay the fact that people calling the phrase that our great grandparents that you made them no panty. Not that he bought them, but he lifted the game so much that they were forever eternally thankful for what he showed them. And so that connection with Gary was not just a flick, but it was this psychological fortification of the people that made them know that they are as equal and as good as anybody else. And that, to a great extent, has been overlooked a lot in our history. Because some people look at the years, but not that women were able to wear pants for the first time going to work. They were given boots for the first time because of Gary. The hours were cut back on several times because of Gary. So, are you hearing me?
We're hearing you.
Oh, yes, we are.
Loud and clear.
Very interesting information, Livingston. A lot of that people are not au fait with or understand that whole process.
I'm not hearing clearly.
Mm.
I'm saying exclusive. For client, going on. Yeah. Client, I'm on a WhatsApp. I'm on a call. I'll call you back.
So, another call. Probably somebody getting ready for the festival later. Yes, we're hearing you. We've been hearing you.
So I said a lot of things. I don't know if I and there will be a lot more to say as we do. But a next very significant aspect of the celebration we are doing in Grenville, apart from the fact that we are going to be having half a school, the steel pan. We are going to have the Fernando folk group. We're going to be having, of course, the drummers on stage. We're going to have a poet. We have a young child from Parative, I think her name is GBN, that is going to be doing one of the team song. We are having 3 bands, live bands, and then there would be backing up the Scholar and the Papa Jerry, Randy Isaac, the Squeezy, the IMG, Valley Ned, and those artists that are going to be singing patriotic song. And then coming close to 12, we are going to be having a total reenactment of what it was then on the 7th of February 1974. That reenactment where we take off all the light and people with the mask and so on, the flashlight and the phone light shining as we hoist the flag, signaling, and we're going to be singing, songs and having the fireworks after as we hit midnight. So this whole reenactment is here to bring people and to let people. That is what took place on that memorable day 50 years ago. So we want to reenact that. So first we're going to start with the birthplace, but we're going to end with Gary, and we're going to show footage of him signing and the documents of independence. And there was something that is quite instructive, though, that at an interview done, I think, with the OAS meeting that that Gary said, that England, as a colonial power, has actually sucked the blood of Grenada for 100+ years. And we are here now to right that wrong. And so the independence was not just a token. To him, he saw this vision of empowering the Grenadian people. And Grenadians must know that the mindset of Grenada, and for me, revolution is about, our revolution is always cultural. Revolution is about entrenching, fighting against colonial and imperial ideology, and ensuring that you can fortify that with our Grenadian, to say just.
Fantastic. Livingston, thank you for passing through and sharing with us. We appreciate.
I want to ask Livingston, all you have oil on a bit tonight?
That's a given.
If you have an oil on?
Yes. Somebody had to come up with oil on.
Inside you with oil on. I'm not sure if you go get your favorite pork. But yeah, we're expecting that. And as Shama is there, I am kind of take over the reign from Shama. Shama was the previous people leader for the. And I just would like to highlight that they have asked the NOC, asked the Cultural Foundation to take a lead in channeling what we're doing in Grenfell and happening in St. Mark. So tomorrow morning, St. Mark will have what they call a Rise to Independence, a program they want to start at 5 o'clock, and they would have the Fleco, etc. doing they do up there. So again, people are invited to go up there and see what is happening. There's one thing. The other thing that we have a representative helping the carnival in Carriacou.
Yes.
So again, the Cultural Foundation is in the role. And secondly, we are very much for this year embroiled in a bigger way, assisted with La Poetry and La Poetry is Salaka. I say Salaka, La Poetry Salaka.
We know you say Salaka.
Salaka.
From the old school.
Is it Salaka or Saraka?
Well, it
Salaka,
depends on how you want to pronounce it.
Saraka, we use it interchangeable, but it's Salaka, I promise.
Yes.
So yes, so we are assisting with La Poetry, and of course we're going to be doing a series of other things with us on the level. Right now, the attention is on La Poetry. So everybody, we are also invited to go to La Poetry Salaka on the 9th, which is Friday.
The 9th, yeah.
Thereafter, on the 9th. So folks, thank you so very much for having me. I'm going to see all you and all your friends, all the people that really want a spirited independence celebration. You've got to be there in St. Andrew this afternoon, next 3-4 hours. I'm with your presence, I'm with your coming. And come, you are not going to be disappointed. Thank you again, folks.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
All right.
And is there any events for the season without oil dung? They should be shut down.
Yeah.
I think
you know, I'm a big parish girl, so you know how it rolls.
We're up in later. Talking about shutting down, folks, the RGPF, that's the Royal Grenadier Police Force, they have informed that no amplified music will be allowed on Independence Day, tomorrow, February 7th. Except those approved by the National Organizing Committee. Again, no amplified music will be allowed tomorrow, Independence Day, unless it was approved by the National Organizing Committee. And it goes on further to say that all permits previously granted for the use of amplified songs on that day are revoked. So even if you have a previously approved document, you have your letter, that has been rescinded. The RGPF, they are apologizing for the inconvenience. I suppose it may be a bit late, but you can still call.
Person should head on down to the secretariat on the Carnage.
If you can.
Yeah, and ensure
it's a bit
that
late for that.
Well, they still have a few hours. Let's hope it
magic can happen in a few hours.
Yes.
We have our team in the field. They've been sending us some images as to what's happening outside. We take a quick break. We have a gentleman in studio. He's not just a gentleman. He is a Grenadian who is serving in the British Army. And he's here and he's excited to be part of the celebrations. And he's doing some wonderful things we're going to hear about in a short while. But Andy Sherms, we need to take a quick break. We'll be back, folks.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Brighton and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union introduces its new digital platform, managing your finances at any time from anywhere.
As a part-time student, balancing work and studies can be a real challenge. But with GCCU's digital app, these worries are no more. My parents can now remotely transfer funds to my account and I can check my balance at any time, giving me the freedom to achieve my goals.
My days can be long and tedious. With this app, I can ensure my loan is paid on time, transfer funds to someone else's account, and check my balances. I don't have to rush to do business during my lunch hour or after work anymore.
With this app, I can request checks to pay my suppliers, letters for my business transactions. I don't have to leave my farm to go stand in line.
The Grenville Credit Union digital platform. It's convenient and secure banking right at your fingertips. Download the app today from the Play Store or App Store or call 442-8602, 459-4325 or 416-8467 for further information.
How do you choose your toilet paper? Just because it's soft and nice. That's how I choose my toilet paper. Made right here in the Isle of Spice. Cherish Springs off Harbor Bay. Super value every day. The price is right and locally they're made. Support local when you purchase Cherish and other quality brands from Grenada Paper Products.
I want you to control your anger. There's a way to feel better. That's one thing to remember. No matter where you are, you can be a star. Stop and take a deep breath and relax yourself. Take another deep breath and relax it, and relax it. Eliminate violence.
Rock the box, we say, yeah. GBN, we say, arts and culture living, yeah. Rock the box, we say. I'm telling you, rock the box, rock the box, rock the box, we say. I'm telling you, rock the box, rock the box, rock the box, we say. We'll be jamming here on a Thursday. It's a
Feel good tax. Remember, if you have flu symptoms, do the right thing and stay at home to avoid giving it to others. Remember, you can be infectious up to a week after developing symptoms, so rest up and take it easy.
Coughs and sneezes spread diseases. So cover coughs and sneezes, please. Not with a rag or bandana. They trap germs. When you use the rag again, you put germs on your hands and everything else you touch. When you cough or sneeze, cover your mouth and nose with tissue. Throw the tissue in a bin and wash your hands afterwards. If you don't have a tissue, cough into your sleeve or elbow. Alcohol-based hand sanitizers are also effective in cleaning hands.
That's not how you cross the pedestrian crossing.
Really? One day I just woke up and I saw pedestrian crosswalks on the road. No one really showed me how to use them properly.
Well, this is how it's done. You never cross before doing these things. They might save your life. First, when you get to the crosswalk, you stop. You look left, you look right. If there's a vehicle coming, you put your hand out, making eye contact with the driver, indicating that you want to cross. And only when the vehicle comes to a complete stop, you quickly cross to the other side.
Stop, look, hand out, eye contact. Wait for pedestrian to cross to the other side, then you happily continue on your journey. This message is brought to you by this group of insurance companies, the Traffic Advisory Body, and the Traffic Department.
Stepping off the plane, it's so easy to breathe again. Life in the big city.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Brighton and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher. 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher. Going higher.
Welcome back, folks. It is National Colors Day. Auntie Sherms is here. She's still showing off on me with her shades, you know, her independent shades that she procured specifically for today. And she only got one. She only got one. We take great offense.
Oh my goodness, when I see my colors, I can't help it.
Auntie Sherms,
yes,
you say you can't help it, and I have to ask, I know we have a lot to talk about today, but I need to talk about how the National Colors Day started. I've known you for so many years. I did not know this was your baby.
Well, I see Royal Titus write it up on.
He actually spilled the beans. I said, hey, Auntie Sherms is hanging with me today. And he was like, she did this.
In life, you do a lot of things that you don't go shouting up on the mountaintop, you know. It's way back when. I think I served on the Independence Committee probably for about 7 times or 8 times. And in so doing, I always led the PR.
Right.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, as we speak here, I recall a vivid memory of Peck Edwards and myself handling PR one year, going from station to station and getting everything going. But prior to that, it was like, you know, we had a time when independence celebration was at a low level. And I came in to deal with PR to try to see how we can lift and get people more involved and bring out more people to independence. And one of the things that the idea that I came up with is, first of all, to do the T-shirts. It was never done before. And we got D-Call was the people who printed the T-shirts for us with the Independence logo. The committee got involved in trying to use it as a fundraiser as well. And we decided, let us try and see how now we can move that from that level to actual showcasing of colors and get people involved in wearing our different colors and what have you. Yes, and it was my idea. The committee at the time went with it and we implemented it. And we also wanted to bring that awareness to the various ministries as well. And that is how we started. I suggested that we do the competition. As a matter of fact, I remember that competition, the first competition, Cook Sita and I pulled him in to go to the various ministries and judge the competition, you know. Also, the Best Village competition as well.
You started as well?
Yes.
Hello.
Back then.
We need to be paying you royalties or something?
And I used to pull in Mrs. Sammy, Monica Sammy, people like Alex Hood, and carry them around the island to judge the various villages and communities that would have done whatever their decorations would have been for the independence. I clearly remember one particular year, the village of Resource in St. Mark. They were amazing, yeah, and they captured the first prize. So there's a lot of history there. A lot of things happen. We do things as we are asked and required and come up with ideas and so on.
Yeah, but to do something that actually sticks, that has become a tradition, that has grown and has blossomed and is now a significant part of the celebrations, it's quite something. And I'm thinking maybe when we're celebrating the next 50, we see your face on the money. No, you may not be, but we might see your face on the dollar.
Ah, Janelle. Yeah, but you know, we do it for our nation. We do it as a sense of patriotism and pride, and you know, it's never done for the kudos that you would like to bestow on me at this time. It was done from that perspective of doing what is needed and doing what is creative for our people.
I understand you. You know, I understand even Sir Eric. He was not one for fanfare, and he wouldn't want. He would ask not to be recognized, but sometimes you have to just take a minute and recognize and celebrate the treasures that you have. And I felt privileged before. I'm even more privileged now to be sitting with you. Don't blush. Don't blush.
Chadel, there's so much in one's lifetime that is part of their making. And like I say, you don't necessarily have to go shouting up the mountaintop. You know, what's for you is for you.
You don't shout. I'll shout. I'll do the shouting. I'm going to be shouting across the studio now. I have a sergeant in the building, a Grenadian born and bred, but he now serves in the British Army, Sergeant Kenneth Charles. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being home.
Thank you for having me.
Son of the soil, welcome home.
Afternoon to your viewers as well.
Yes.
It's great to have you. It's fantastic to have you. How does it feel to be home, to be part of the celebrations?
I can't even explain it in words. I was so nostalgic over the years because you don't get the opportunity to come home as much as you want because, again, the job obligation. And my unit, we move about a lot. So not long ago, I was in Kosovo.
Oh.
So, yeah.
So you're actually serving on the front lines?
As much as is possible.
as much as security allows you to say.
That is my job, actually, yes, front lines. Many jobs in the Army, but that one is for me. Frontline is my thing.
Wow.
I don't know for how much longer, but that is where I am, training those behind me now to take over the mantle. But yeah, it's really good experience joining the British Army. But what I want to say here before I jump to anything else to your listeners out there who might be interested in joining the British Army. It's a good opportunity. You can do almost any job you can find on Civvy Street, as we say in the Army. You can find in the British Army. So don't be scared to jump on.
Look, he's fixing your table
online.
That's the
discipline embedded in him.
I want to give out that website. It's jobs.army.mod.uk.
Once again?
Jobs.army.mod.uk. So anyone that's interested, maybe it's the first time you're hearing about it and you might be curious, jump on the website, see what's going on. But if you do try to do an application and it's not going through, sometimes they close the door, as we say, for a time to work the numbers out to get some people through, because a lot of people are trying to be recruited and trying to join. So keep the application in. The fastest way, I think, is to actually travel there, spend a few months, do the training. They'll test you as they did here. Because myself, I wasn't recruited that way. I was recruited here.
I was just about to ask you, what was your recruiting process?
My recruiting process. Well, there's a whole backstory behind that. But I was working in RBTT Grenville at the time. And a co-worker of mine said, you know, the British Army is here. They're doing such and such. And I was like, British Army? I was like, okay. I read the flyer. And he was like, I want you to help me because I know you're fit. We used to play a lot of sports, basketball especially. I want you to help me to try out for this thing. I said, okay, no worries. I went with him to one of the first interviews in this national stadium because they were here, and they gave us some insight of what they do, opportunities we can have, and I was like, okay, sounds interesting. So I took it home to my mom. I said, this is what I just found out, and she was like, actually, I've heard of it before. A lot of officers, my mom was a police officer here, and she said a lot of officers had really good careers out of that, joining the British Army. I was like, okay. Started thinking, the cogs started turning, and then started training the general. Ron Leslie was his name. I started training with Ron Leslie as well, and then we decided to give it a shot. Then they recruited us here. We did a test, everything we did here, and then we went up on the 27th of October. I'll never forget that day. We flew to the UK, got picked up, went to Purbright. We redid all the training we did here. They tested us again, and then we got through. But then that time was Afghan orientated, so we didn't really have a choice. Some people just got split to engineers, different areas, and I got sent to Catterick. That's where they train the infantry. I guess the fittest when I'm not sure how they really divided up. And then straight into the winter as well, so that was the toughest part, so it was cold. But you know us Grenadians, we don't like to fail at things, you know. A lot of the boys were getting injured, and they were still pushing on. And to see each other trying to push to get the best score we can, that encourage you as well. Because there are times you do want to give up because the training is tough. Yeah, but again, not all the training is that way. That's just for the infantry. You can go RLC, Royal Engineers, you have VMs, pilot engineers, a broader spectrum.
And here you are today.
Here I am today.
At what level? Sergeant?
Sergeant. So I'm a platoon sergeant. I have my boss above me, myself, and then I have like 27. It changes, alters. I have about 27 soldiers below myself. 3 corporals and 3 lance corporals. And then we run the platoon, which is one of 3 within a company. And then,
a proud Grenadian.
Proud Grenadian indeed, making us proud and flying that flag far and wide. We're going to ask for the requirement now is 40 push-ups. We'll ask for 40 in a short while. But Kenny, stick a pin. We need to go outside, or I've been waiting for a field report for the longest while. I understand Joseph is on scene and he's ready to jump in. Joseph, what's happening on the outside?
Well, folks, go over there with mass pain powder is everything that you've come to imagine. We're coming to you live from the Cupboard Peters Park, the home of Twinkie Ratty James and the man himself, Mr. Killer. And folks, it is electrifying. It's all about the colors, all of the students that are here as we celebrate Colors Day inside of the Cupboard Peters Park. I have Miss Ferdinand here with me. I realize there is a whole load of excitement. Give me an appreciation as to exactly what's happening inside of the Cupboard Peters Park.
Well, we have a mini concert today with all the schools, well, the primary and secondary schools and Nulo as well. Come together to just showcase their talents. Yeah, that's basically it. So
what has happened so far? I realize, is it all of the schools, some of the schools, who's participated, and what are they doing really?
All of them is participating. So far they did songs, poems, cultural acts, dances, and so on. And we're helping a lot more with guest artists later on this evening, and hoping to have fun.
So who's this organized by?
The parliamentary office staff, the minister's parliamentary office staff.
So so you said they're here. Is it all of the school, primary, secondary? Right.
We have St. John's Anglican, St. Peter's RSD, Florida Government, Concord Government, Branoy Government, St. John's Christian Secondary, St. Rose, and Nulo.
And is it the first time you having the exercise, or is it something annual?
It's annually, yes. I think it's first time in a while we having a concert with all the schools together in a park. Yeah.
What at the end of the day really truly is the objective of having the event?
So that the children can come together and celebrate independence and showcase their talents and interact with each other and have a good time.
What has the response, the vibe, the energy been like in interacting with them?
But as you can see, they're all excited, they're all having fun, they're doing their pieces well. It's a good time.
In terms of preparation, was it something that was planned long in advance?
Yes, we started preparation you could say about a month ago or so. It's been kind of hectic getting feedback from all schools, but I think we have a success today.
I'm getting the sense that it's all part of a community effort, not just the parliamentary elections.
No, well, along with the schools play a big part in it. If it wasn't the schools, we could not have been here today. So yeah, very special thanks to the schools and the principal and teachers for taking the time off to, going extra mile with the schools.
Well, let me ask you though, as a young person, how does it make you feel? I mean, the celebration 50 years as an independent country. What are your own thoughts?
I'm very excited for the future. It's looking very bright. I love my country. I love everything about it.
When you said later on there's going to be some artists, I'm assuming is Kirani James going to be part of the attraction, or Mr. Killer is going to be on the inside? Which one?
It's surprise guest artists. We can't tell you else yet.
Is it just one act, or is it a number of artists? Tell me some of the artists that's going to be on the inside.
There should be 5 artists. Yes. Kirani James was invited. I didn't see him as yet. I don't know if something came up, but yeah, it will be 5 guest artists.
Program start at 12. At what time do you expect to wrap?
Around after 3. Yes.
Right. Anything that you want to share with us? What's happening around the parish tomorrow? I mean, I know there is what's happening inside of the stadium. What's happening inside of Grove?
Tomorrow we'll have Jab with Pomshell and Masanto tomorrow morning from 5 to around 11 o'clock. They'll be parading from, I think, down this area from Concord, come right up to Wall, and then we'll get ready to go down to the stadium.
And that is something that's organized by whom? Same part?
Yes, same thing, the minister.
I get a sense that for independence is about highlighting the culture and preservation of those things that are unique to Guwahp.
Yes. That's how we try to bring back the Masanto and stuff from back in the days, to show even the young persons remember our past.
But you don't know nothing about Masanto, do you?
Rural communities.
Wow. We seem to be losing that connection there, but the team there in Guwahp, where it seems a big celebration is on the way with still more to come.
Think about it. It really makes that unique, that gives you that unique identity.
When it's the people, you can never sleeps because the people are always up, they're always vibrant, they always take part, they always support, they love their parish, they love their country.
But Jan Sims, you played it. It's all about the people. It's all about the vibe. It's all about the energy. The Saturday the 12th, there's going to be some artists later on. The event ends around 3. And it is just the vibe. You can see the colors. The children, they are here. It's all in the schools, the educational institutions in the area. And they are really living up to the hype of the colors there. If we look up into the stands, Mikey, we can see we have the national flag flailing in the wind. I see some drums around. I guess there's going to be some steel band and everything.
There'll be steel band as well, and I think different acts, a lot. They came prepared.
Folks, it's all about vibes, energy, main pain, mass, and powder. It's all happening inside of the Covered Peters Park. Well, just to let you know, if you are wherever you are, maybe it's still not too late to come and join the team. Jan, Shoma, back to you guys.
Joe.
Wow. Joe, I understand there was a march earlier as well. Could we get some of that footage? I understand the students, they were out in the streets in Guwahp this morning. Do we have it?
I know you should know.
Wow, Auntie Sherms, our national, the pride.
Yeah, the children amaze me every year. The way they, they just come out in the regalia with such pride and showcase themselves. You see the little kings and queens, obviously the little school competition, and oh my goodness, it's
if ever, I keep saying, if ever the adults, they drop the ball, the children, they're going to carry us
As
through.
per usual.
They would make independence as colorful as we can have it.
And you have to give credit to the parents and the teachers who continue to keep that going, keep it alive, yes.
We spoke about the competition earlier. I understand the ministerial competition is going to be on Thursday, so it's not today, National Colors Day, as we thought it would be. It would actually be on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, but I want to get back to Kenny. I keep saying Kenny because I knew him as Kenny. Sergeant Charles.
Put your handle to the name.
Hello, he's serving on the front lines. Respect. So we noticed that you're wearing a very interesting T-shirt. I can make out something Grenadian and something else. Tell us what it is.
So basically this is an association formed just a year ago, actually, by the initiator was Leon Marcel. I must mention his name. He was the one that came up with the idea. And then we had now a steady growth up to 100 members and still growing of members of the diaspora in England throughout the MOD. So it's called the Tri-Services. So it's RAF, the Army, and the Navy. So in all three regards, they have Grenadians come together and we formed this group.
So it's a Grenadian British group.
Collaboration. Yes, or amalgamation, whichever you want to put it, but yes. And we knew this was coming up, the 50 was going to be big, and we always try to come down if we can anyway, but we tried to put together, we did put together the group, and we tried to get the military, or the MOD and the Grenadian government together to collaborate. We tried to get 50 members to come down for the 50th and take part in the parade in a special way, even if we could have gotten the band, whatever we could have gotten. And we reached out. However, the Army said, we can give you the days, however, the funding is going to be a problem because of all the things that's going on now. So funding is a bit tight. So we said, you know what, we're still, whoever can still manage with the finances, we're still going to try something. Even a little is better than nothing. Yeah. So we, 6 of us came, myself and 5 others. I have myself, Sergeant Charles, Staff Sergeant Forrester Frame, I have Lance Corporal Rodney, Sergeant Baptiste, Corporal Farry, and Corporal Joseph here with me. Yesterday we had an interesting meeting with the British High Commissioner, just to liaise with him because we've been talking with him before and to find out what other help he can give us. Because the meat of the visit is to give back. So we want to do BLS, we say BCD, BLS, but it's basic life support, training to the RGPF, the SSU, schools, anyone that where we have the time that we can fit in, we'll do it. So the schedule we've come up with is actually on the 8th, starting the 8th, we have KMC, the call center, KM2 in Simoon. We're going to be doing a group of lessons up there with them. On the 7th, we'll be assisting with the parade in the regard of the BLS. So we usually have people fainting, or if anyone gets injured, we'll assist.
You're not going to be on the military parade, but you will be assisting wherever you can.
Correct. Okay. Unfortunately, due to the numbers, and then the finance came directly from the individuals, the number 2 dress that we normally would be wearing for the parade like that, we couldn't manage because we had to bring down the Annie dolls, which is the resuscitation dolls that we do the demonstrations on. We had those, so we had quite a bit of stuff with us as well. So we couldn't make the parade. But we said, speaking with Miss Wendy Crawford, she said if you can assist in the BLS, that would be absolutely great. So I was like, yeah, straight on it. We were like, yes, we will do that. So if anything happens on that day, before they get to the ambulance, we will triage treat, and then they'll be off into the ambulance heading to.
But some of them do faint.
Yes, I think last year you had like about 3 faints. The ambulance was on non-stop movement.
It's expected.
Yes, exactly. It's hot. So yeah. Also, we're trying to get to Carriacou, I think, on the 11th and 12th to do the RGPF there, so they're not left out. But we're asking for assistance there financially, even if it's just to get onto the Osprey without too much of a cost burden to ourselves, to go give them a hand and give out some of the stuff that we have. We brought some of our BLS cards. We can teach. Once these people are taught, then they can teach others. They're qualified now. And we brought those cards, simple follow cards. I think my biggest, what I want to say here is, my biggest intention is basically the schools. RGPF, the SSU, yes, but the schools, so it can become part of the criteria, part of the curriculum. So PE can be maybe a 15-minute longer, and they can do BLS. Because the school, we need to focus on the schools because, again, they bombast out into the communities. You have a stabbing, because not all the wounds is going to be gunshot. We have how many gunshots we have here? Not a lot.
Right.
But it's life-saving, so it can be a stab, a chop, someone fall and impales themselves. The cavity is punctured. This is what you can do. Yeah. Somebody, you can walk into a room, you see someone collapsed on the floor, you don't know what's happened. We'll teach you how to approach to keep yourself safe, and then administer first aid to the person. You know, so all these things is good information that I think should be part of the curriculum. So again, yesterday we spoke to Mr. Victor Clark, and we're trying to, the Annie dolls in the UK, after a certain period of time, they go through a recycle, so they'll upgrade the kit and equipment.
Right.
But another man's waste is another man's treasure. So we're trying to see if we can speak through the chain of command with the MOD to the dolls that's no longer in circulation there due to the update can be, sent to Grenada into different places with this training. Then the Annie dolls will be an additional boost on top. So they have that demonstration piece there to use in schools, the fire station, SSU, businesses, even trying to get in contact with SGU to see what we can do collaboratively to move forward.
I just want to ask you a little question on that aspect of resuscitation. It is said now that you don't necessarily have to breathe into the individual's mouth in order to resuscitate them. Is that a fact, or is that a trend, or is that a...
I think because of the new, you yourself don't have to put your mouth into another person's mouth. It's a thing of the past. They now have a device, I can't remember the name right now on the top of my head, but you can actually affix over the mouth and nose and compress the air from a bottle-like shaped tube. So you're getting the air into the lungs, and then you can continue with your compressions. So no, you don't have to actually have to
change.
They have to.
Exactly. So
we're in the era of COVID and other diseases. People would want to protect themselves, even if they want to help. They want to know I can safely help. So that's a fantastic initiative.
Yeah, I can probably tie in GBN as well. Do some training here if we do get a chance.
I'll accept. No, I really would accept, because I say all the time, all reporters, a lot of the times they are first responders.
Correct.
So if we can prepare them better, I'm for it. I'm for it. The folks have been calling and asking about the website. They're asking that you share it again.
No problem. I was going to anyway. So it's, what did I say? jobs.army.mod.uk. One more time. Jobs, J-O-B-S.
J-O-B-S.
Jobs.army.mod.uk. All lowercase. So obviously www. before, and then you go jobs.army.mod.uk.
UK. Thank you, Ken. Before you wrap
Jobs Army.
Yes.
One word.
No, it has a dot in between.
Jobs.army.mod.uk. Okay, we got it.
It's a website.
Great.
We just have to ask. Normally, Auntie Shums, people leave Grenada, they go outside for 6 days. especially England.
I know what you're coming with already.
Yes, because I'm hearing you, as I've heard you, 16 years ago, and you go for 6 days and you come back, it's lovely, ain't it?
Janelle, you waited to hear that British accent, are you?
Yes, exactly. True. I've known people to go to a funeral and come back with it.
I have some of them that they talk on the telephone to the British embassy and they come back.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
To be fair, a lot of people will look at you and they cannot see that Grenadian blood flowing in you, but with me, it's the love, yeah. And what helps is my wife is Grenadian as well. My wife is from Surtees, so I'm fully in there. So I get in with both. We have our kids now will have the best of both worlds.
Right.
So country and tongue unite. So that helps. Plus, I had one friend that joined with me, and we were in training together all the way up till, I would say, 2015. We were together, and then he's posted out to a different location. So we always had each other, but I don't know. Once you speak, again, it's interesting. It boosts his conversation as well. Because believe it or not, I did 13 years in Germany.
Wow.
I've only recently moved back to the UK.
So you speak German as well?
I wish.
I don't believe this.
A little bit. You can go to the shops.
Staying on the camp.
Just to yes, exactly. So, but just to communicate with the people, the shops and so forth, that's the easy part. But a full-blown conversation, no. But yeah, so I only moved to the UK 2 years ago, and I'm moving again. So we're moving to Cyprus in June.
Wow.
Because now our battalion has moved from armor, which is the tanks, use of the tanks and such, to light roll. So we do everything on feet. So, which is good. It helps us stay a lot fitter.
Right.
Yeah. So imagine getting paid.
Well, they say that part of the world is beautiful, so do enjoy.
It is very hot though.
Sergeant Charles, thank you so much for coming and sharing. We appreciate you. We appreciate your service. And we're so happy that you're back in the spice to celebrate the Big 50 with us.
The Big 50, not as happy as I am.
Enjoy it to the fullest.
I wish I had a reason to extend right now.
Well, you can tell them it's a year-long celebration. See if they can extend.
I'll try that.
Tell them you ate too much oil down.
Oh, and the flight might be too heavy, yes.
Yeah.
Folks, we need to take another quick break. Well, it may be a little bit longer because we have your lotto draws coming up. We take a quick break. But when we come back, it's a must-see segment. We have lots happening in the field. I understand the banks are doing a lot. I understand Grand Lake have their floral display on. But we have a young lady in studio who has created a piece that is simply magical. Some of our traditional songs as you have never heard them before. We get to share that when we come back. Stay with us.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Bryden and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, 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 up. Going up, 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 up. We're going higher.
How do you choose your toilet paper? Just because it's soft and nice. That's how I choose my toilet paper. Made right here in the Isle of Spice. Cherished space off Harbor Bay. Super value every day. The price is right and locally they're made. Support local when you purchase Cherish and other quality brands from Grenada Paper Products.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union introduces its new digital platform, managing your finances at any time from anywhere.
As a part-time student, balancing work and studies can be a real challenge. But with GCCU's digital app, these worries are no more. My parents can now remotely transfer funds to my account and I can check my balance at any time, giving me the freedom to achieve my goals.
My days can be long and tedious. With this app, I can ensure my loan is paid on time, transfer funds to someone else's account, and check my balances. I don't have to rush to do business during my lunch rush hour or after work anymore.
With this app, I can request checks to pay my suppliers, letters for my business transactions. I don't have to leave my farm to go stand in line.
The Grenville Credit Union digital platform. It's convenient and secure banking right at your fingertips. Download the app today from the Play Store or App Store or call 442-8602, 459-4325 or 416-8467 for further information.
National Lotteries Authority is a proud sponsor of many cultural activities within the Tri-Island state of Grenada.
My name is Anderson Matheson, also known as Leftis, and I'm a calypsonian and string band music player from Carrico. I support the games of the National Lottery Authority because culture benefits tremendously. Annually, the NLA supports the Carrico and Pitamatin Carnival, the Carrico String Band Music Festival, and all regattas, among other activities. When I play the game of the NLA, I can see where my money goes, and it's an investment into our culture.
Yes, Grenada, when you play the games of the NLA, you enable us to invest in the skills and talents of our people in the areas of sports, culture, and nation building.
Good afternoon, viewers and listeners. This is the National Lotteries Authority's Daily Pick 3 Midday Draw. It is Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. I'm your draw hostess, Leslie Ann Johnson. Supervising the draw is Ms. Makiba Bain, representing RSO and Company Limited, accountants and advisors. Just to give you a quick reminder, as usual, there are 4 different bet types in this game from which you can choose. They're called inline, mix, pair, and backup. It pays to play Daily Pick 3. Let's see if you are a lucky winner. Good luck to you. Alright, so here we go. Check your tickets. Our first number 0, second number 5, final number 2. Alright, so let's recap. The first number is 0, that's followed by 5, and the final number is 2. Congratulations to you. If you are a lucky winner this afternoon, we say congratulations as well to our 31 winners from our mid-morning draw. The total payout was $8,580. The Play with Joy is up next. We'll see you soon.
Celebrate Christmas and New Year with the NLA's exciting You Must Win promotion. Spend $15 or more in a single ticket purchase on Daily Pick 3, Daily Cash 4, or Playway, and just like that, you have chances to win prizes valued at over $100,000. Winning is easy. Simply check your tickets for the words "You won," free cash, free phones, free tablets, or free Instacash tickets. But wait, that's not all. You can also win free raffle entries for chances to win not 1 but 2 cars in NLA's You Must Win promotion. Promotion runs December 1st, 2023 to January 31st, 2024. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 and over to participate. The NLA, making your Christmas and New Year dreams come true.
Hello once again, this is the National Lotteries Authority's Playway Midday Draw for today, Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. I'm your draw hostess, Leslie Ann Johnson. With me once again is Ms. Makiba Bain, who's representing RSO and Company Limited, accountants and advisors. So in this game, you can bet from $1 up to $10, or you can bet in increments on any number or any dream symbol of your choice, and being with a chance to win 24 times the amount you bet. That is $24 for every $1 that you spend. Value your dreams and win your way with Playway. Let's see if you are a lucky winner. Good luck to you. Is 10. Once again, our Playway number is 10. The dream symbol is police. Okay, so we go over now to our multi-extra. The ongoing promotion has been extended until the 7th of March. More chances for you to win big. Good luck to you. next ball is 5x. So congratulations to you, of course, if you've won yourself 5 times the amount that you've bet on your winning playway number. Congratulations as well to our 470 winners from our mid-morning draw. Total payout was $66,528. Stay with us, the Daily Cash 4 is up next. We'll see you soon.
Wow, it's Instacash Grenada. Imagine a game with no numbers to choose from, no draws to wait on, and you can play it every day, including Sunday. That's Instacash. It's fast, it's easy to play, and you win prizes instantly. Instacash. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making dreams come true.
Welcome back. This is the National Lotteries Authority's Daily Cash for Midday Draw for today, Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. I'm your draw hostess, Leslie Ann Johnson. With me once again is Miss Makiba Bain. She's representing RSO and Company Limited, accountants and advisors. So in this game, you can choose any number from 0 to 9 in any of the 11 bet types offered. The tickets cost as little as $1. Backup, however, costs $2. More plays, bigger prizes. So let's play Daily Cash 4. Good luck to you. All right. Let's check the tickets. Our first number. That number is 4, the second number. 5, next number. 6, final number. 1. Okay, so let's recap. The benefit offers number is 4, followed by 5. The next number is 6, and the final number is 1. So congratulations, of course. If you are a lucky winner this afternoon, we say congratulations as well to our 26 winners from our mid-morning draw. Total payout $5,200. Continue supporting the National Lotteries Authority. Have a great afternoon.
Nothing like starting a new year with better news than the old one. From the start of 2024, the NLA has much news to share. Get this, the 2x dropped promo that players have been enjoying is extended to January 31st, 2024. Yes, Grenada, it's goodbye for a longer while 2x. With no 2x balls and fewer free play balls, players, your chances of multiplying your winnings 5 times more with multi-x added to Playway will continue to grow. Don't miss out. For every draw, ask for Playway with Multi-X. It's a great time to value your dreams, win your way, and multiply your winnings in the NLA's 2X Dropped promotion. Must be 18 years and older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Brighton and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going
Welcome back, folks. You're looking at our National Colors Day live broadcast coming to you from the GBN studios on Observatory Road in St. George's. I said what? Observatory. I behave like a certain politician. They ain't gonna call his name. But folks, like I say, it's a lot happening today across the country. A lot of folks have been asking us where can they find the pins, where can they find paraphernalia to take back home. A lot of visitors are at home, and Joseph visited the Secretariat on the Carenage, and he sent us this bit of information we're going to share with you now. Yeah. No.
No.
Good afternoon, good evening. Folks, I'm here with the wonderful Zoe. We're down inside of the Secretariat. Zoe, we've been having this conversation about independence for quite a while. And here we are, literally, hours Colors Day. Create the expectation and the vibe for me for today.
Well, I don't even think I have to create anything. Just coming here to the office, the excitement, seeing the people in the colors, the children going out to school, the excitement's already there. I think everyone has kind of bought in already to the idea that the Golden Jubilee is the big 50, it's a big deal. So we're already seeing that kind of excitement leading into tomorrow. So the atmosphere is fantastic.
Well, tomorrow's going to be a different energy, a different vibe by itself. Military parade, fireworks, 500 drones. Am I stealing your thunder, or do you want to tell a story?
No, I think you're telling the story quite well. Tomorrow is going to be something that Grenada has never seen before. We're going to have an incredible cultural display. We have dignitaries coming in from all over the world, some in which will give special addresses. And then, of course, we're ending with that fireworks and drone show. I personally have never seen a drone show before, so seeing my first drone show in Grenada is so special to me, and we can't wait for everyone to come out and see it. The drones will be creating different sites that are particular to Grenada, so please come out and see this drone and fireworks display.
The Secretariat has been quite active. I spoke to Gail. When I called her, she's like, hi, Joe. I'm like, Gail, what's wrong with you? And I know you guys have been busy at work. There's some persons that are concerned that, and I say concerned in the context that we get hyped for independence, the 7 comes and goes, and then everybody goes back into this lethargic mode. I know you probably want to talk about that, encourage folks to keep the fervor going?
Absolutely. So we're trying to start that momentum immediately after independence. So we have Folk in the Town, that's February 8th on Melville Street, where we're trying to relive traditions that have been unique to Grenada. So storytelling, we're going to have Veko, we're going to have Shortney, Under the Stars. And then on Saturday, we're going to have Pan 50 and Food Fest, and that's on the Carenage with the beautiful lights display, this beautiful backdrop that we have that we can call home. And it's going to be food, only local food and pan music. So this is after independence, and we know that excitement will continue throughout the year, so I have no doubt that it's not just going to be the 7th.
The Secretariat, I think Grenada as a whole, has been particularly excited by the fact that a lot of nationals, they've returned home.
Even when I was coming onto the flight, it was so booked, they had to offer people the opportunity to leave. And it was really exciting to actually hear that so many people were coming to Grenada in February. This is not Carnival, this is February. So it really does show patriotism. And we're really excited that so many people have opted to come in for the 50th. It shows that it really is a big deal, not just here at home, but in the diaspora. And we appreciate that sentiment carrying across the oceans.
The older folks would always get excited about 50 for whatever reason. What's your thoughts to really younger folks? How have they really embraced the 50th anniversary of independence? Your thoughts?
I definitely think so. And a big part of what we've been doing within the Secretariat is education. Education on how we got here, on these different heroes and national icons that we're so proud to call Grenadian. So we believe that with education will come knowledge and patriotism. You cannot be a patriot if you don't know your history and where you're from. And we're really happy that we were able to contribute to that. But I also think the school system has enabled a lot of students to be proud to be Grenadian, so they're able to also buy into the Golden Jubilee.
Folks, the wonderful Zoe Hagley, it is Colors Day. This is our first stop. When you see us again, we'll be at the, what's the name of your shop?
It's the merchandising shop.
Merchandising shop. Trust me, for 50, we've gone out and beyond. Have you gotten your souvenirs as yet? When we head over there, we'll see what souvenirs they have left and which are the ones you probably would be vying for. I like, what do I like? You guys have capes?
Not yet. We can make one just for you.
That shouldn't be too difficult. I see the man is passing with some cloth. Anyway, guys, Colors Day, we're having fun. JC here.
Auntie Sherms, I'll pay good money to see Joseph in that cape.
Joe.
That was actually recorded earlier. That was his very first stop this morning, and we'll see the merchandise in a bit. But we go back to Guelph because they're just at the entrance of Republic Bank, where I understand they're preparing for a very special display.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Shuma. Guess where I am, guys? I am in Guelph, the city that never sleeps. And I'm happy to be in really, really great company. Of course, I just met my wonderful friend, Lady Palmer, from inside of Republic Bank. And certainly, we're going to chit-chat about Vaco, giving an appreciation as to what's happening in Gore Republic Bank. Joining me in just a bit, though, is the man, Dorian McPhail. Mr. McPhail, the excitement in St. George's, there is maypole dancing. Gore, you thought it necessary to feature the vehicle. Your thoughts put, of course, this in the context for me, the significance of what's happened up here.
Well, first of all, Republic Bank would like to wish the nation a happy independence, happy 50th. And today, as you mentioned, what we are doing is that we are showcasing some of our local culture. We would have done the maypole at St. George's. It's spectacular. We're here at Gove now with the vehicle. We have steel pan at Republic House, and we have steel pan at Grenville. Within recent times, we have seen an upsurge in vehicle. So what we are trying to do is to make sure that the kids can understand, the kids can learn, and can participate. So down the road, it's within their hands to take over.
We're not celebrating 50, but certainly for you at Republic Bank, you're just a tad behind them. But certainly, it gives you encouragement as a local financial institution. And when you look back over the years, the sort of stability that we've enjoyed and everything else that makes us truly Grenadian.
Well, 50 in itself is a milestone, right? And we're happy that we continue to serve our customers, and we will be getting to 50 and beyond, right? So it's just a matter of time, and we will be there. It is a milestone, and we have to embrace it, and we have to enjoy the moment.
The Prime Minister gave his vision for the country. What's the vision? Republic Bank, what's the message to the nation as you look forward?
Well, we're all about transformation, and we look forward to the change that is taking place in Grenada, the inclusion, and that is probably all I would say for this moment. But, you know, we have to come together, and we have to build a nation.
Thanks a lot, Dorian. Thanks a lot, Sherms and Janelle. But before we run, though, it's going to be remiss of us, Mikey, if we don't add to the conversation this wonderful lady here. We keep hearing about vehicle, some saying that the tradition is dying, but here we are. Incorporate this for me. What is the history behind the art form?
The history behind the art form is, I believe, the uniqueness of the vehicle. Now, vehicle is a French word which means dead body, right? And naturally, vehicle is something that is very scary. We use the crocus bag, the wood to design the clothes. And I think people enjoy the sound of the clogs. The sound that the shoe makes is different. We don't need no music. You don't need no other song than just the clogs and maybe the cowbell that you beat to get the rhythm of the mass.
It's its own vibe, its own energy.
Own energy, own vibes, everything. The spirit is a different feeling underneath the mass as well. The mass, the blackness of the mass, and you have it on with everything, the covering, it gives you a different feeling spiritually through the mass.
Folks, he says it gives you a different feeling spiritually. I am not quite sure if I want to get into that conversation, but I think you would agree, though, that the vehicle highlights Grenada's rich history, its diversity as well, French, the English, Spanish.
Very much so. Very much so. Basically, most of our portrayals are based on history. We did the British with the kids at Kiddies Carnival. We did the French in Kiddies Carnival as well. And now we have our independence garments, which also highlights Grenada history. We incorporate as the 50 years, we try to become big. You know, we try to do it big, incorporate the national colors in our designs as much as possible.
Well, incorporating it into the national designs. I'm telling you, if they think they're going to have a party, and I don't get involved, I tell you first, we're live, we're inside of Gove, the city that never sleeps, right inside Republic Bank, and this is the way we celebrate 50 Republic style. Guys, let me see you. Shake a leg, do something. Come on. Soca nice, soca sweet. Peter Iron, Peter Pan. Guys, we're out of here. Leave with you. It's back to you, Sherms. Back to you, Janelle.
I never thought I'd see the day Joseph Kado is jumping in the streets with the vehicle. It takes the 50th independence anniversary to make that happen.
He needed a vehicle costume and the shoes.
The cape. I'm for the cape.
The arms and the cape.
The cape.
They could have let him in the cape. Joe.
Zoe, we need to work on that cape. Joe needs to be in costume for that performance. Andy, show the excitement aside, it's
Oh yes, and I mean, my goodness, it's good to see everybody just gearing up and having a wonderful time, you know.
You think the stadium could hold everybody that's going to come out tomorrow?
Is all about. Well, the capacity is there, as you're aware. The stadium is capacity is somewhere in the region of 12,000.
No, I think we'd have more than 12 tomorrow.
No, I'm just saying that that's the capacity. So you also have to look at ground space. You have a lot of space in the stadium, so that's.
You think we could hold about 60,000?
No.
No.
You'll have to stay home.
I just joking, folks. Come down. We have space. We behave like the conductors. Small up yourself.
Small up yourself. The thing is, small up yourself. That's really?
The conductors tell you, small up yourself. Make
the thing
space.
is, Janelle,
we fit everybody in tomorrow.
We are celebrating 50 years of independence. And I would say it will be remiss of persons who are not part of that day tomorrow. And part of that day tomorrow is a milestone also in our history.
It is.
It will, from years from now, it will showcase how we celebrated our Golden Jubilee. Yeah? So I think that everyone should make the attempt to go down to the National Stadium tomorrow as a patriotic and a true Grenadian who is proud of who they are and the journey that we've had over the last 50 years.
I concur.
Yeah?
I have never been, I have to confess, but I already told the children this is the year we will be in the stadium and not at home.
At home.
Looking at the parade, I'm excited to see the drone display. I understand will be on, the fireworks, the exhibition. I plan to be there to witness history myself. And folks, as Auntie Sherman said, you really need to be in the ceremony yourself. You know, it's going to be recorded in the books, and you don't want to tell the children 20 years from now. You know, I heard about it.
Or your great-grandchildren.
Right.
Well, I looked at it on television.
No, I was
You don't want to look at history. You want to be part of history. And that's what it's all about.
It's an experience, being there, the atmosphere, and, you know, the people, the togetherness that we speak of. Let's show all that Grenadianism tomorrow at the National Stadium. We have a Grenadian in studio with us, folks. A very...
And before you introduce this
special Grenadian.
I can't help it but say, as a MC over the years, that special Grenadian, I must say, must have been about a year old when her mom brought her to the stage for me to present her in her little costume and so on. And she has blossomed along the way, and, you know, just a wonderful young lady. So go ahead, I'll give you the opportunity now.
You're right.
To introduce.
Comes from great stock, the best Grenadians you can find. Folks, the one and only Tiffany Strawn. She is a producer, she is a musician, and she has done something. It is magical, it is beautiful, and it will be a showcase that Grenadians near and far could enjoy now and 100 years, not even 50, 100 years to come. Tiffany, welcome. How are you?
Thank you for having me, Auntie Sherma and Janelle. I am fine. How are you?
You hear that?
Great.
Auntie Sherma. It has to be Auntie Sherma. Yes.
So you've done a unique piece, Tiffany. Tell us what inspired you to create an orchestral piece of Grenadian music.
It was an arrangement of things. You know, one day I woke up and Fair Isle was just playing in my head, and being the music nerd that I am, I'm like, oh, well, it kind of sounds like a waltz. It'd be nice to arrange Fair Isle with a full orchestra and make it sound like it's a bigger waltz to be played in like Radisson Ballroom or Gallo or Vienna or something like that. And then around that same time, I was going to Groovy Preliminaries up in Las Vegas, and I heard this song come on. And I was like, oh my gosh, what song is this? And then I was later told it was Vaughn's new song, Welcome to Spice Mass. And I was like, oh, I love this song. And as I knew that Grenada was heading towards 50, I decided I wanted to do something that honors the country, but something a little bit different. So with this initial idea of Fair Isle, a song that I grew up with in primary school and secondary school, you know, I wanted to do something that was big and grand and with this big orchestra. So I sat down, I looked up, you know, patriotic songs, not only folk and calypso songs like what we grew up with in school, but songs that praised Grenada that were soca songs as well. So that's how this all came about.
Fantastic.
Well, we must mention, we had this morning a dad and son combination, and we spoke about that transcending of the cultural genes to the next one. And of course, folks, let me just say to those of you not aware of this is Richard Strawn's beautiful daughter, and of course talented.
Thank you.
As well.
Yes,
and
he's a
we
musician
understand
himself.
the music aspect of Tiffany today.
Right.
General.
Yes.
Take us through, Tiffany, the process of getting the rights, because I know these days everything is copyrighted. It's a process, you know, to take people's music and use it and create something from it.
Would you like to know about the creative process as well? Or just the legal process?
Well, remember, the legal process is very much on our side, eh?
Right.
Yes.
It's a nice combo. You have mommy and daddy.
The protection is there.
Right. And it's important, huh? It's a side sometimes that is overlooked, but it's so important.
Yes.
Take us through all of it.
So through all of it, conception to result. So I sat in my room on a Tuesday when no one was in the house, and I listened to all the songs, whether on YouTube, whether on my streaming service, Spotify, and I sat and I notated and transcribed every single song that I included. So I was able to take this music and put it onto a big score to send for the orchestra. After that, I decided how I was going to blend them in together, and then once I finished building the layers of the entire composition, you know, the trumpets do this, the timpani will do that. I found an orchestra out in Budapest, Hungary, that was able to record and send it back. So we went into a session with them, and we recorded. We did a couple takes, we recorded, and then they sent it back to me. And while I was sending it off to get mixed by my friend in China, I was doing all the due diligence. So that was sending all of the agreements to all of the copyright holders. So, you know, and in the music business, we have these people who are called publishers. Usually, if you release a song yourself, you're your own publisher. But with larger artists like Vaughn and Talpri, they have separate publishers who administer the copyright. So for some, like a Jamu, smaller artists, not smaller, but you know, those who don't have a big team behind them, like a Jamu and Specky and Sabrina, people who are more doing things by themselves. I just had to send the agreement and ask for permission, and they gladly gave, and we had terms. With the more developed artists in terms of people who have international representation and teams like Talpri, Mr. Golden, Vaughn, I had to actually reach out to their publishers like Fox Hughes, what musicians know about Fox Hughes, and Monk Music, which is Marshall Montana's people. And this is stuff that I could just find out by looking up credits online, yes. So I reached out to everyone. I said, I want to use your song. You know, your song is being played from, you know, A to B and from C to D. So, you know, that's what happened, and that's how I was able to get all the copyright. I don't own the copyright to the songs. I own the copyright to the arrangement itself. So yeah, that's what it is. But of course, I'm paying these artists. If income does come in, I'm going to be giving it to the artist because I'm just the mesh. Okay, no, I'm just the mesh. Everybody else it's their songs, it's their art. I'm just the vessel to create something else.
Right.
So the actual arrangement is your arrangement?
Yes.
Yeah. Interestingly, you would say that, because we do have an issue here, which we would have investigated some time ago. There is a recording of Grenada's national anthem that is used in Grenada, and most times YouTube and Facebook and so on will shut it down because of copyright issues. When we investigated it, it was the arrangement of some band or whatever in the United States.
Yes.
And they are the ones that have the copyright to the arrangement. I know efforts were made through Foreign Affairs to contact the U.S. Foreign Affairs to see how they can get them to make, because basically they were saying, how do you copyright someone's anthem? But it is the arrangement that was copyrighted. So we did have that issue here in Grenada. For example, with Tiffany's situation there, she owns the rights to the arrangement.
Yeah. But I think it brings...
a problem that could be resolved. But I can save that for another conversation.
No, I'm liking that you've used technology. You've stayed in Grenada. You reached out to a team in Budapest, you mentioned.
Yes.
China. You went to China. Listen, that's an international piece.
It's a very international.
From home.
Very, very international. Sorry?
No, I say it's an international piece you've put together from right here at home.
Yes, and it's all of Grenadian music from Grenadian writers and Grenadian producers, but it's brought to another level by being produced, well, not being produced, but being played by and being engineered by pupils abroad.
Yeah.
So it even strengthens the diplomatic relationship that we have with these two, because now, especially in Hungary, they'll be like, we play Grenadian music.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So good to know that, you know.
Really fantastic.
Wow.
I understand you're working on a music video for it?
Yes, we are. I'm proudly working on a music video with Kaim Joseph of Sonics Productions, and it's going to incorporate some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful shots of Grenada, you know, the pristine beauty of our nature, as well as shots of the orchestra playing the piece and going through it, and expressions on their face as they play Grenadian music.
Okay, so we're going to give the folks a taste. What is it called, Tiffany?
It's called the Nutmeg Sweet. It's a double entendre on, you know, Grenadians saying the nutmeg sweet when we, you know, express pride of Grenada, but also sweet, S-U-I-T-E, as it's a suite of music, it's a medley.
Excellent concept.
It is.
Even brings that double entendre into the whole process of things, you know.
Exactly.
As we do it should be done in Calypso. I did not get the pleasure of hearing it, and so I am more than pleased to have the opportunity to do so today.
Yes.
Grenada, we present to you The Nutmeg Sweet by Tiffany Strawn.
Either 8 or 9.
Wow, really beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you. Going on like this. I think that the video is going to really take
it's
it to the top with all the scenery you speak about.
Yes.
And I hope that our friend here at GBN, I don't work at GBN, I worked here years ago, will certainly showcase that when it happens.
We will,
Yeah.
and we continue to do so. Once people share, especially local music with us, you may tell me you're tired hearing it, because once it's local, we will play it and make sure every Grenadian knows it.
Thank you.
Interesting that Tiffany would do this at this time, because I recall years ago I had this thought in my mind of taking our soca carnival time and seeing how we could have created but in jazz. You know, the artists actually singing their songs. Not as part of the competitions, a different show.
Yeah.
In jazz. Like how they're taking an extemporate, also do it in jazz. You know, you have the Toka Kaiso that took place years ago. So you have the artists singing the song, the calypso or the soca in jazz.
Right.
And listening to this,
you're thinking, it really is possible, I'm going to do it.
No. I'm just saying it was that a long time ago. I'm saying I'm so pleased to hear this. I'm so pleased to see that we can take our music, which is based from the soca calypso genre, and created it into that soca.
Anything is possible.
You know, it's beautiful.
Beautiful. Really
Thank you.
Congrats, Tiffany. I think it's a wonderful showcase of our
I like this contribution to our 50th. It was unique, it was different.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming and sharing with us today.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I want to say this to you, a little secret. If you want a big conversation on tea, you know, TEA as we drink.
Right.
That's the girl to go to.
Yes.
So next time you have her back on your program.
We'll have another conversation.
I'll have a nice display of tea.
Oh,
yes.
We'll be listening to classical music.
Oh yes.
Good idea.
I should have done an independence tea. That's what I should have done.
You should have.
Listen, we have a year-long celebration. It's not too late.
Yes.
Good idea.
Perhaps.
The music, the tea, she's really good. She would tell you the different teas. You'll be in shock to know.
That there's so many.
Oh my goodness, it's mind blowing.
Well, it can't be all music.
Something.
Can't be all music. I have to be a multifaceted person. So the tea is my other personality.
Tiffany, we appreciate you. Thanks so much for sharing with us today, folks. We need to take another quick break. But when we come back, we crossing the seas, Auntie Shums.
Going to Carriacou?
No, we're going further still.
Where?
We're going to Canada.
Oh my goodness.
We have a Grenadian in the wing who has been doing so much. And he's going to tell us all about it when we come back.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Tiffany.
Tiff.
We really appreciate you. All the best. We're looking forward to that music really going out there to the Grenadian people in a sweet way.
Can we find it on YouTube?
Yes, you can.
In a sweet way.
In a sweet way.
Yes.
The Nutmeg Sweet folks, look for it on YouTube. Like it and share it. Share it up.
Yes.
Thank you.
And look out for it being available on streaming on February the 16th.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful, Tiff.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Bryden and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
How do you choose your toilet paper? Just because it's soft and nice. That's how I choose my toilet paper. Made right here in the Isle of Spice. Cherished space off Harbor Bay. Super value every day. The price is right and locally they're made. Support local when you purchase Cherish and other quality brands from Grenada Paper Products.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union introduces its new digital platform, managing your finances at any time from anywhere.
As a part-time student, balancing work and studies can be a real challenge. But with GCCU's digital app, these worries are no more. My parents can now remotely transfer funds to my account and I can check my balance at any time, giving me the freedom to achieve my goals.
My days can be long and tedious. With this app, I can ensure my loan is paid on time, transfer funds to someone else's account, and check my balances. I don't have to rush to do business during my lunch hour or after work anymore.
With this app, I can request checks to pay my suppliers, letters for my business transactions. I don't have to leave my farm to go stand in line.
The Grenville Credit Union digital platform. It's convenient and secure banking right at your fingertips. Download the app today from the Play Store or App Store or call 442-8602, 459-4325 or 416-8467 for further information.
You mentioned the wing high, then you have things like man, you must come back, you know. We have the low power there.
It is kind of like the same man, and it's just different name for the same kind of thing.
And last but not least, I just want to say to all the men who saw me, call me, and ask for a piece of cake. I'm baking this weekend.
Join us Fridays at 8 on GBN Television, K105 FM, GBN's Facebook page and YouTube channel for We Culture.
On Caribbean Passport, join us for Trinidad and Tobago Carnival. Witness the spectacle of the mass, the music, and the energy. Then we'll sprint over to Barbados for the Run Barbados Marathon. It's color, revelry, and tons of excitement on Caribbean Passport, right here on this station.
So much to see. Every corner I turn, there's something there to remind me of my beautiful nation and what it means to me. Not a thing out of place, that's what's special about it. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight. Just the beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, yes. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight. Just the beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, 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 sweet Grenada. Yeah, this is home.
Can't wait to see my granddaughter.
magnet, 3 islands so unique. 3 different islands, and 3 different parts, interested to explore. So I urge you, don't stay too long, come and see where we all belong. Come and see for yourselves, come behold what we sell. Want a country and tell, not just beautiful beach, all the culture that's rich. You'll enjoy your friendship. Come and see for yourselves, come behold what we sell. Want a country and tell, not just beautiful beach, all the culture that's rich. You'll enjoy your friendship. Come and see for yourselves, come behold what we sell. Want a country and tell, not just beautiful beach, all the culture that's rich. You'll enjoy your friendship. Come and see for yourselves, come behold what we sell. Want a country and tell, not just beautiful beach.
GBN Television News at 7, a pulse on all things Grenadian. Look out for our new features through expanded synergies with our media partners in Barbados, St. Lucia, Jamaica, Trinidad, and beyond. Capturing the latest in news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Credible, informative. Thank you for making us #1. News at 7, live, Monday to Friday on GBN Television, Channel 7 and 11. K105.5 and 105.9, Hot 98.5 and 98.7, GBN Television Facebook page and YouTube channel, and www.gbn.gd. GBN, with you anywhere and everywhere.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Bryden and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 going up.
Welcome back. It is our National Colors Day. It is our live broadcast. I'm Janelle. This is Sherma, still blinking out with her independent shade. She said she was going to make arrangements that I could get one. I'm still waiting.
I'm going to send one. I don't know how you'll get it, but
I'll get it in time for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Can I get it for the stadium tomorrow,
Of
please?
course, of course,
Thank
of
you,
course,
thank
of
you.
course. You know, Janelle, I cannot sing, but just as I was about to come back, I know you were a singer, and all that came in my head was Island in the Sun. And I said, I sing like a piece, man.
Listen, we have a masterpiece. Let's not spoil it.
All right, yes.
Let's not spoil it. I just want to mention
Let's keep it to the professionals.
Yes, please. And we have 22 beautiful voices on that piece. The 23rd will not spoil it.
Who would be me? Oh my goodness.
I just want to mention also thank you to all our partners who are making this broadcast possible. The Grenville Credit Union, Grenada Paper Products, who I understand, by the way, have a couple pots bubbling up. And I understand my good friend Godfrey has been stirring the pots.
Godfrey, bring on the
telling Godfrey, you don't stir oil down. Yeah.
Godfrey will never stir oil down.
Listen, he's been arguing that Tivoli people and poetry people could cook better oil down than tongue people, but he probably missed the extravaganza.
I must support Godfrey on that.
You support this position?
Of course, yes. Let me tell you
I see what's happening. You're probably hungry and you want to just leave me and you say,
no,
but it's not going to work.
We know, we of the northern area know the exact proportions for an oil down. You see? And you have to say, you people like to go and buy them thing in the pack and in the can and put in the people food. That ain't have no right in no oil long. If you're going to cook an oil, if you buy an oil long in St. George's and you buy oil long in Grenville or Sauters or wherever, or Guave or wherever, it's a different kettle of fish. although it had no fish in it.
You know what? I'm going to organize an all-long tasting session with you and a couple of people, just so you can have a comparison. And you're going to taste
Godfrey, I support you 100%.
And you're going to taste Tivoli oil down, and you're going to correctly guess
that the St. Paul's oil down. That's no gas stove oil down, you know. That 3 stone on the side with good wood.
I have some footage of Godfrey and his pot, so we're going to get to that in a short while.
Godfrey know about oil.
We're going to see what the folks at Grenada Paper Products are doing. But before we do that, though, we have a gentleman in studio, and we have
someone online.
A gentleman online. I hope he's still with us.
Because he's from La Digue.
He's from La Digue?
So he would know about oil.
Do I still want to talk to him? Jerry, you still with us?
Yes, I am, and I'm delighted to be with you guys. A warm and pleasant good afternoon to all of you, and happy Independence to all of you. And thank you to GBN for making this happen.
Yeah, man, thank you for accepting our invitation to come on. We have Grenadians near and far, and I know you're still in the colder parts, but I know your heart is warm as you look at all that is happening at home.
My heart is warm, although we have a very pleasant 4 degrees Celsius on the outside as we
3
speak.
degrees.
He says pleasant.
Pleasant.
On the inside.
Could never be, Jerry, could never be pleasant. No way.
But you guys have been unfair to me, talking so much about oil dung and rich pots bubbling here and bubbling there. And I'm all the way over here. Oh my gosh, have some mercy.
What is the atmosphere like over there in the Grenadian community, Jerry?
Oh, here in Canada, it's warm as ever. I mean, the folks who couldn't make it to Grenada are making the best of the time here and celebrating right where they are. They are blooming right here in Canada. As you guys may know, we had on Sunday here in Ontario, the Greater Toronto area, our Independence Interfaith service of Thanksgiving. For the first time, we included the Muslim community, and we had the brother who's Grenadian and who's a Muslim representing the Muslim community at our church service here in Toronto. That was in the person of Mark Strong, and we had the Pentecostals were there, the Seventh-day Adventists they were there, the Catholic denomination was represented. In fact, the sermon was delivered by Father Dexter Breton, whose folks are from Trinidad, but he also has some Grenadian roots in his family tree. So we are well on the road here in Canada in terms of our celebrations. Other jurisdictions are also celebrating. Before I mention what else we have planned for people here in Canada as we join in the celebration of the Golden Jubilee, let me also let you know that in Alberta, Calgary, they are having their gala, their dinner and dance on the 17th. Also in British Columbia, Vancouver, they had a special dinner and dance on the weekend, Saturday gone. And then in Quebec, Montreal, we had an Independence Day service as well on the 4th, and we have on the 17th their gala, which I'll be attending. Because I'm trying to, as much as possible, make the celebrations here in the diaspora and the Canadian part of it as inclusive as possible. And because our consulate here in New York is not in New York, but in Toronto, is not just here for Toronto and the surrounding area in Ontario. We are here for all of Canada, Grenadians everywhere in Canada, and we are trying to be as inclusive and responsive as much as we can. I'm hearing you now.
Right, great. It is so great to know that across, what is it, the Dominion of Canada, is this referred to? That celebrations are taking place in the different provinces. Unlike the United States, the states, Canada happens to be provinces. Yeah. I happen to have lived in both in Toronto and in Calgary. As a matter of fact, I was invited to the celebrations in to MC in Calgary this year. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it, but it's really heartwarming when you think of, especially the outer provinces that you refer to, where you would have found very few Grenadians. Now there's so many of them out there, sufficiently to celebrate in a big way. Excellent.
Yeah, all the numbers are growing, and right now we are trying to ascertain as close and as accurate as we can how many of us there are in Canada. Most reliable sources put it way above 100,000
Not surprised.
across Canada, way above that. But we are in the process of trying to ascertain a scientific figure as far as that goes. Let me just let you know some of the other activities we have planned in the Ontario area. So we had the service on Sunday. Then on Wednesday, tomorrow, we have our flag raising ceremony at the City Hall here in Toronto. Beyond that, at around 5:30, which should be around sunset, we also reached out to Brampton City, the city of Brampton, where there are lots of Grenadians as well. And we got them to agree to light the tower clock there in our national colors, the gold, the green, and the red. And that will be happening from sunset on tomorrow evening until sunrise on the following day. And then later on tomorrow evening, we travel up to, we have a bus taking up several of us there, and folks will be finding their way there on their own. We have the lighting, the illumination of the cascading waters of the beautiful Niagara Falls from 10 p.m. And that will be happening. We'll be taking it in from the location of a casino, which is right in that area, and we'll have a little time there together, interact, mingle, take some pictures, video shots, and all of that, clips and all of that. So we are celebrated in a big way. That's very significant. We've never done that before, and very few Caribbean countries, only one I'm aware of, has had the colors on the waterfalls there in Niagara. Wow. And it brings attention to a beautiful country, our nation. We intend to have media there and GTA will be represented there as well. And we intend to make the most of it. And then beyond Wednesday, Independence Day, while you're doing all your big things back home in the stadium and elsewhere, on Saturday, we have our gala. And I'm pleased to announce that Honorable Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell will be there with us on Saturday, along with Minister Andy Williams. They would both be there with us, along with the Ambassador to the Diaspora for the Diaspora, His Excellency Terry Forrester. So that's happening on Saturday. We also have some other officials, Canadian officials, who are going to join us. And we have messages from the Prime Minister of Canada, from the Minister of Immigration and Citizenship in Canada, Minister Mark Miller, whom we have been engaging, because as you know, we are working on reversing the visa requirement to Canada. And I'm so happy that he responded and he's participating in that manner. And several other elected officials in Canada are going to be there, and also have shared messages with us, including the Mayor of Toronto, Mayor Olivia Chow. And so that's on Saturday. And then beyond Saturday, on the 18th, we have Showcase Grenada. All things Grenada will be featured there. Our spice, our cuisine, our herbs and spices, or cuisine, or products, or dance, or several of our artists will be performing there as well. So we have quite an elaborate showcase scheduled for the 18th here in Canada. In terms of address, for those in Canada who might be logged in to GBN, the showcase happens at the Jamaica Canadian Centre. That's at 995 Arrow Road in York, North York. And of course, everyone knows where Niagara Falls is. And the flag raising, as I said, happens at Toronto City Hall on February 7th. And the Independence Gala, which happens on the 10th, that's happening at Parkview Manor at 55 Barber Green Road in Toronto, Ontario. So those are some of the activities we have scheduled, and I'm looking forward to, well, the gala is sold out already. So folks, hopefully it will be streamed, so those who couldn't make it, can't be there physically, they will be able to take in the celebration at the gala.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Is that becoming part of our culture? Gala?
No, I mean, it just so happened that you're hearing more of that, but it has been part of, especially with the corporate citizens for different, when they're awarding different people and so on and so forth. Gala has been around since time immemorial. You have to remember.
No, it has been, but more and more. It's becoming like almost our traditional means of raising funds now. Yes, I kind of prefer it than the motorcade, if I have to say, if I have to choose. But Jerry, you have quite a list, a selection of items and activities planned, and I'm hearing of the lighting of the waterfalls. That particularly grabbed my attention, because I'm thinking it's also a fantastic marketing event for the island. So, I mean, your team, kudos for putting it on.
And talking about team, I was going to get to that. Of course, it is not just all Jerry Hopkins. We have a fine crew. We have the Grenada Association Toronto, led by the president there is Mr. Unison Joseph. And the former president is Ms. Sandra Pierre, and they are doing a tremendous job working closely with the Grenada Independence Planning Committee and the Consulate General of Grenada, the office that I head here, and it's been remarkable. It takes a lot of time putting all the various elements together to make these events happen. The planning, the execution, the preparation, it's a lot of work. But with social media and messaging and people using their connections and the churches being involved and the community leaders whom I engaged from the very beginning. One of the first things I did when I got here was to familiarize myself and to connect and engage the community leaders here in the diaspora here in Canada, not just in Toronto, and it's very helpful, because then it's not just the Consul General or not just the Grenada Association Toronto, or not just the Grenada Independence Planning Committee trying to get the word out there. It's all of the community leaders who we try to embrace and to make a part of this process of moving things forward that are helping to make it happen. We engage and we execute together.
Fantastic.
And I know, Jerry, you're very good at networking, so I imagine it's working well in Toronto and the other provinces. Wonderful. I see that you're sporting your pin with a lot of pride there.
Certainly. I mean, it's great to be, and talking about 50, let me recognize Sir Eric Matthew Gary, the father of our independence, for all that he did and is continuing to do through what he instituted. But I must also hasten to add that I want to recognize the folks who came before him as well. Mm-hmm. I want to recognize every Kalinago, every Arawak who fought against colonial conquest. I want to recognize every slave that rebelled against slavery and to push us to the point of emancipation. Because without emancipation, it would be further away from independence. It's all related, interconnected, and one depends on the other. And so Eric took it upon himself, his bold, steadfast, fighting spirit, the passion he brought to advocacy, the passion he brought to standing up for the rights of working class people, and made it happen. And he put the icing on the cake, you may say, and obtained independence for us. And of course, what he instituted has been carried on and is being carried on by those who followed. And I want to recognize every prime minister that has served in office since Prime Minister Eric Matthew Gary secured for us independence. But there are some names that a couple names we don't mention enough. And of course, Junon Fedon, he did his part in the past. William Galway Donovan, he did his part in the past. Henrietta Millicent Douglas, many do not know who she is. she played a significant role, and she went as far, not just in Grenada and in the region, but also in Nigeria. She traveled in the 1930s and worked there on the behalf of black folks everywhere to gain our freedom and equal rights and recognition. And she played a part as well. And of course, our very own T.A. Marichaux. And those are the ones I wanted to recognize who did performed significantly in the process. And I say process because I mean process. Independence is not just about a day. It's not just about February 7th. It's not simply, as I see it, not simply about having a flag and having an anthem and having your own law, passing your own laws, and having been in charge of your own foreign policy. It's a process, a movement where you have to build self-sufficiency, sustainably develop your resources, your human resource, and the natural resources that you have, so that the quality of lives of your people can be enhanced, so that we can really truly say we are independent, even as we recognize and appreciate that we are an interdependent people. We depend on each other, we depend on other folks in the region, we depend on others internationally, and be able to acknowledge that and work with that to ensure that we get the best of all the relationships we forge and establish with other nations, other peoples, and among ourselves. So I hope that as we move forward, that we would, all of us, not just our leaders, but all of us would realize that it's a process. We all have a role to play, a part to play, and we have to recognize those who played significant roles. Like I said, every prime minister, and I would especially mention Dr. Keegan Mitchell, who has served longer than most other prime ministers, but we have to recognize Herbert Blaise, we have to recognize Ben Jones, we have to recognize George Brizan, we have to recognize Brathwaite, we have to recognize Uncle Tillman Thomas, and of course our very own current Prime Minister, Dickon Mitchell, who is doing his part to transform and to move Grenada, Carriacou, and Peter Martinique forward.
Thank you so much. Well said, well said, well said. Excellent presentation. Yes. Before you leave, though, I've heard from Grenadians in Canada who probably want to be more involved in that community spirit you're building among Grenadians over there. How can they become more involved? How can they reach you or maybe another member of the committee?
Well, an easy way is to go on our Facebook page, Consulate General of Grenada in Canada. And note, I emphasize in Canada, not just focusing on Toronto. And of course, we are located in Toronto, but that's just the location. And so they can go there, they can inbox us there. They can also call us at the office. The number here is 416-595-1343. Again, 416-595-1343. We also have an email address that's easy to remember. info@grenadaconsulate.com. info@grenadaconsulate.com. And so we are very accessible, and we are located at 90 Eglinton Avenue East at Yonge. And we're on the 6th floor, easy to find, parking in the back of the building on the ground floor. And so I encourage people to stop by, come see our collection of Grenadian products that we have on display at the office here. Come find out more about GIDC and be interested in investing in Grenada, because that's high on the agenda. It's not just about consular services. We are very serious and give high priority to encouraging Grenadians, regardless of how much money you have in the bank. You don't have to be a millionaire to be an investor in Grenada. You could partner with a farmer, with someone who's adding value to a product. Just need a machine or need some extra space, a shed or something. You can partner in that way and be an investor in Grenada's development. And the GIDC has all the information to help folks to find out what concessions are available, what the incentives are, and how to make it happen. So we are seriously pushing that in every forum that I have. Is not just about tourism. It's also about getting people to invest in the productive sectors of our country.
Indeed, indeed. And if we are to achieve Vision 75, we will certainly need the support and the investment from our Grenadians in the diaspora. So, again, thank you for coming on. Thank you for sharing.
But before you dismiss Jerry, Ambassador Jerry, sorry, sir, I have to give you a title. That's my good friend. I was saying to Janelle, we had a discussion about oil down.
Oh, God.
As it relates to town and country. And the discussion started from a comment made by Godfrey Augustine about Tivoli and La Poterie, and the oil along there is much better than... And I was saying to her, as Northerners, and which you are, my friend, you know, we are from the same community. Of course, the oil along from that area much better than the one from the south. Am I not correct?
Well, you're putting me in a spot.
I'm just about to say, choose your words very carefully.
I mean, we know it's the best. Okay, it's the best. But however, the best is everywhere now in Grenada, because in the north, many of our northerners have moved to the south.
To the south.
And they're everywhere. So we are sharing it. So it's available all over Grenada.
But it came from the north.
I moved to the south when I was 16, and my mom was already there, and she was doing it, and others were doing it. So I think regardless of where you are in Grenada today, you could get a darn good oil dog. It's blood, it's DNA, and I think we do a good job all around. But when I really want to have a good oil dog, I still would go to Lading. I still would go to Mount Dublin. I still would go to Grand Bras.
I thought very highly of you until a few seconds ago.
Oh, Jerry, we love you.
But one thing before I go, let me really recognize the folks in the diaspora. Because, listen, they take care of their families back home with the barrels and the remittances, the MoneyGram and Western Union and all of that. They come home and they spend a lot. They rent cars, they rent, guest houses, they take care of their family, the relatives they stay at, and they continue to support, they continue to do so much to add to the development of our country, our independence.
Yeah.
So they are also nation builders. So the diaspora deserves respect. They are getting the respect, especially with what we are trying to do here in Canada and elsewhere. And it will continue to be so. But I just want to recognize every Grenadian, every friend of Grenada in the diaspora, and to say thank you to all of them for their contributions to our independence. And may they continue to do so, because it is a process. We are not exactly there yet. We're on the way, and we're moving up, getting better by the day. And we have to collectively all do our part. Indeed. And you guys are doing your part as you entertain, as you host a show such as this one.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Happy 50th.
Independence.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the oil long that you guys
Jerry Hopkins.
I ain't giving her no oil long today. None. Right now she's going to rice and maybe some chicken or something at this rate.
Oh, that will never happen. You know that.
Take good care.
I like how you bring it down to the fact that whenever he wants a real good oil long,
he's headed to Lading. I'm going to have to start selecting guests differently. Probably people... I see what's happening here.
Oh, my goodness.
But folks, we still have a lot for you. I have a young man, one of our more talented Grenadians. He is in studio. We're going to chat with him. He may bless us with a beautiful song in a short while. But I understand Joseph passed by one of our partners this morning. He passed at Demerara Mutual Life. They're located on Granby Street this morning. I understand there was a massive breakfast on. Oh. We didn't get any, but we do have the footage. So if you can see what happened, I'll be grateful.
I would have really come out if I knew about that.
Welcome back, folks. Your boy JC, peace and love to you. Colors Day is going as planned, as expected. Where am I? Still within the tongue of St. George. With the wonderful folks inside of Demerara Mutual Life, and they are having a bounty. And when I say bounty, I mean a bounty. It is breakfast Grenadian style. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to start, but I know I see coconut bakes, I see roast bake, I see my dear old friend Master Willie. He's such a dear friend of mine. Eternally my love to the pork, to all the pork lovers. But let's get a little appreciation, folks. It's Independence. I know you want me to believe that you're shy. In case you're shy, I am shy as well. My name is Joseph Kado Shy. Yeah, but we're going to start the conversation right here because I know she understands. I know she understands good food. I know I'm by Miss Medford. I'm by Miss Medford. She thought I was coming to her, Miss Medford. Talk to me. Special moment today?
Yes, it is. Here at Demerara, we have been doing this breakfast for over 4 years now. The staff all contribute. We come together, and as you can see, it's West Indian breakfast. Godfrey knows I'm part of the Memorials organization, and this is what we do. We enjoy it, and I'm bringing it here to Demerara Life, and as you see, the staff is enjoying it. Happy Independence, everybody. Happy 50th Independence to Grenada. Okay?
Put Demerara's existence, anniversary into existence, and put it all together, what it means for you as a company and collect overall us as a country.
Well, Demerara Life has been in existence for over 130-something years. So if we are like double what Grenada is celebrating as a country of independence. And to me, we have come a long way both as a company and as a country. So that's my take on it. I don't know.
Well, we're celebrating. Folks, we don't... Mikey, I want to make sure we capture this because my dear friend here, I met her husband a while ago, and she's trying to nudge me off, but I know that's not possible. Imagine a little ant trying to nudge an elephant, and she's trying to say, Joe, go over. I'm not even... I thought it was a little mosquito that was touching my clothes. Yeah? But I'm just going to nibble on one of my fish cake here as we talk.
Oh, boy.
Folks, the true Grenadian experience. Fish cake. What my dear lady buy? Tell me. Independence. Put it in the context. What does it mean to you?
Mm-hmm. It means unity for me. It means happiness, and I'm enjoying the breakfast.
It means leave you alone and don't disturb you any further. I can translate that. Lady Hannah, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm feeling the vibe. I'm feeling the camaraderie you here with the staff. Quite a significant moment?
Yes, it's quite a significant moment, but I must say we have a very good team. I love the camaraderie, and we just celebrate our independence, 50 years anniversary. Yeah.
We celebrate as a country, but certainly you want to celebrate as a company as well. It's the start of the year, and normally it's a time when we start planning for the year, reflecting on where to from here. Where to from here for the company?
What I can say is that with Demerara, we are looking forward to, getting more clients to, in terms of insurance protection, etc. What I can tell people going forward, and even when the Prime Minister spoke about unveiling, in terms of the 75, insurance protection is very important. Please ensure that you take out insurance with Demerara.
I didn't see that ad coming. I'll figure out how I charge you for it, but that's okay. Guys, we're here. We're not staying in love here forever. Folks, this is what independence is like. This is how we celebrating Demerara style in Grenada. Peace and love to you. JC loves you. I got places to go, people to see, and I got some things to collect. How about that?
It is our tradition to wake up for every Saturday morning, as it is to market, we go into the markets. This is Grenada, the island of spice where everything is nice. Pure Grenada. Mara Shira shouting you to come get the green bananas, and Tanti Joan have to remind you that she has the nice, ripe, juicy chili mangoes. If you don't head strong, you'll be held up in a tug of war. One pulling left and the other pulling right. I tell all you Miss Gertrude send she grandson quite up in the corner of the street to direct you to her stall, and play you passing her straight, you're getting cut eyes. But forget that story. We are a friendly people, and we are proud of our heritage. You hearing that? I'll go and see what's along the road.
Coconut woman is calling out, and
No one can take she sweet man away. I asked her what is the mystery. She said coconut water, rice and curry.
You can cook it in a pot.
Coconut, so very hot. Coconut, water iron. Coconut, make it strong like a lion. Coconut, coconut woman say you agree. Coconut makes very nice candy. The thing that's best if you're feeling blue is a coconut water with a little. It can make you very tipsy. Coconut. Make you dance like a gypsy. Coconut. Coconut iron. Coconut. Make you strong like a lion. Coconut. Coconut, coconut, coconut. Coconut, coconut, coconut. Coconut, coconut, coconut. Coconut, coconut. Grenada celebrates 40 years.
Wow, that's from 10 years ago. I was just saying people in Demerara are not aged at all.
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's good to go back and reminisce a little bit. Oh, yes.
They have some talented workers. So we saw the breakfast first from Demerara. I see some nice baked saltfish and thing down there.
Oh, Janelle, I had toast and cheese for breakfast this morning. And so I'm just mad.
I'll excuse you today. Tomorrow, you'll get it right.
Goodness gracious me.
Tomorrow, Auntie Shirley, there has to be coconut bakes, with some smoked herring and some cocoa tea.
Listen, that cocoa tea, I'm telling you. You know, once again, we go back to things like the cocoa tea and the oil down and so on, that was considered to be the food of the underprivileged people in society. I mean, having local cocoa, there were people who, that is not for us. We're too, you know, highfalutin to drink this local cocoa thing. And now they're craving it.
They want
you
it,
know?
yeah.
Likewise, the oil down. You were told before it's only people in the country that cook it. That is why the people in the country could cook it so good. They're cooking oil back in the oil.
I see what you did. I see what you did. We're right back at that spot.
You know, and it is because of how it was treated with scant courtesy. Now today, as we celebrate independence, I'm sure that every one of you out there will be savoring the taste of the local cocoa and a good plate of oil down.
Yeah, yeah. They're treasures now. Yeah, they're treasures. But folks, I promised you a talented young Grenadian, and he is in studio, Donnell Bess. Good afternoon.
Hi, Donnell. Let me match up Donnell here. Let me match up Donnell.
He has one too. Listen,
well, you know, match up Donnell here.
I need to fix this.
I'll get you one. I'll get you one. I've been great. You know, I'm so happy to be home. You know, and I've been living the life that I've desired. So it's good to be home and be able to just decompress, because that life requires a lot.
You know, it's rare that you hear people say, I've been living the life I desired. It's rare.
Yes.
How did you get to that place?
It sounds like an easy thing, but I will tell you it's not, because it was a lot of trial and error, a lot of, I guess, heartbreak, a lot of disappointment, a lot of figuring out, and a lot of going with your gut. I've learned how to trust what's for me and what isn't. And I've finally been able to balance it, where I could balance family, work life, touring. I give thanks.
Okay. You mentioned touring. Before I go on, folks, Donnell is a singer, he's a musician, he's a teacher. He probably headlined most of the shows at the Spice Basket before he migrated.
Whoa. Well, actually, that's where I remember him.
You remember him?
Yeah, that's Laura Lisa.
Yes.
He and violin and singing and that. And then he went off to Berkeley.
Berkeley College of Music, yes.
You were one of the first ones to get into Berkeley.
Yes.
How was that experience? How has that been for you?
That experience was amazing. I will tell you that every year in Berkeley is not the same. So you have seasons of super talented people and seasons of people, my parents got money, you know, sort of vibe. The year that I went, and my professor says, was one of the last years where we had mega stars. And it's true, because a lot of my friends are like super famous or playing with famous artists and stuff. But in the beginning, when I started, I will tell you the first bit was overwhelming, because I felt like I was more of a natural talent kind of guy, whereas I met everyone who was super trained, been playing since they're not 15, but 5, and I started when I was 14. So even though I was discouraged, it made me feel like you got to work really hard to try to catch up, which didn't work. So I just ended up having to find myself and believe and trust that. But it was difficult in the beginning. I didn't have scholarships. I was able to get scholarships. I was able to, because I'm pretty brave. So the school had given me a scholarship, and I was like, well, that's a little cute, but it's not really substantial. Can you do more? And I just kept writing until they did what they needed to do, and it got me to a place where I am able to live the life that I'm living now.
So tell us about the life you're living now.
Okay, so I'm a full-time artist and musician. I teach at the Ivy League University, Brown University in Rhode Island. I tour with a band called Clockwork. We do like wealthy people's weddings. We do celebrity parties. We do corporate events. We get to travel all over. Once your money could afford, we'll be there. And I also teach in middle school because I feel like part of the balance of life is not having it too hype, because then you could end up in a fantasy that doesn't keep you grounded. So I like teaching, one, because it helps reinforce what I already know. It allows me to essentially practice my craft every day. And then when I go to tour, I get to actually be practical about what it is that I was teaching. And then when you combine the funds, especially in music, to me, you can't really do one thing. It's always good to have multiple streams of income. So if my tour is off, then I'm teaching. If I'm teaching, then so it works out, and it works for me because it really provides me the balance that I need to thrive.
Right. While you were here, I remember specifically you worked and you delivered a lot of folk songs. I used to follow the folk songs because you sang them so beautifully, Donnell. Are you still able to share that Grenadian music and the folklore and so through song?
Of course. You see, I'm from Boca. People need to not get it twisted.
Look at how excited I am. St. George's.
Yeah, because I heard, because Miss Wells was saying a couple of things that I was kind of scratching my head about, but I ain't trying to cause a fight here, so.
Yeah. And the tongue oil lung is the best, right?
Yeah, I would say that there are people in tongue who are on par with people in the country.
Let me tell you something. Let me educate the two of you. Boca is not tongue.
Boca, so tell me.
Falls is not tongue.
No, it's in the capital.
So we will give you all a little pass.
All right, you're being diplomatic now. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Technical.
I'll take that.
Everybody, Grenadians are good at oil. When you get a good oil, you get a good one.
Yes,
doesn't matter where
I haven't had any yet. So if anybody's, loves me enough, I'd like to.
This is just a bag. This is what it is. I promised Auntie Sherm's lunch today. And I am told they cannot find oil down anywhere in town right now.
Well, they better head out to the country for it.
So it looks as if we might have to go to Grenville.
Yeah, we might have to give in.
If you have oil in the kitchen, please send over a bowl.
Send it.
All right, I'll tell you what, Janelle. Tell your people to call my people, and they will call their people. Get my oil lung. How about that?
I may have to just cook the oil lung for you myself.
Oh, my
You trust my cooking skills.
Well, we'll have to think about that one. But Donald, here you are. As you say, living the way you want to be. You've come a long way. I know that you've been someone who's been extremely passionate with your talent. Coming from the village of Boca and getting to where you are today. Were you a dreamer as a child, as what you want to achieve in life?
Yes, I was, but I think I was sidetracked by society. I thought I was going to be a doctor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and do music on the side until I realized I was going to just do music and maybe be a doctor on the side, or something like that. But I think music found a way to open itself that I wasn't doubting anymore. In the beginning, a lot of the things were difficult to achieve because of money. But I was able to find money by pretty much attracting the people who saw the desires in me and realized that I was doing it not from a selfish place, but from a place where at some point in time I can also give back.
Okay.
So one of the things that was really validating to me finally was when I just released my very first song called To Call You, that had over 1.3 million hits in 3 months, which blew my mind because you would send your music out, but you wouldn't expect it. Well, it's not that you wouldn't expect it because I felt it in my soul. That was validating to me because all the thoughts and dreams that I've had as a child, I've seen things in my dreams over and over, being on stage and stuff I can't explain, melodies in my head that I am yet to do since I was little, but I didn't put it in the forefront. So I feel like my life has brought me to a place where now I don't doubt anymore. I'm not competing with anyone. I'm not racing. I'm not trying to impress anyone. I'm comfortably going through my musical journey the way I want to do it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Tell us a little bit about the whole aspect of you combining playing an instrument and singing. I mean, recently in the Grammys, we saw Stevie Wonder at his very best. And not all musicians are singers or have the ability to really blend those two things together.
Well, I think what's interesting is that violin is actually one of the closest instruments to the voice. Now, guitars have frets, so anywhere between those two lines, you have the same sound. Violin has none, which means I can slide and make it sound like a voice. So instead of doing da-da, I can do da. And that ability to be able to mimic the voice kind of makes it similar. So it's not too hard to do once you're able to get your finger to do that, because it could be in your head, but it's a technical instrument. So it takes time to practice. I just had to trust myself. I will tell you this. When I went to Berkeley, and I think this is really important, I knew that I wasn't the best violinist because I knew that I came from Grenada and there was only one teacher at the time, Miss Beth Wolf. So I practiced and practiced and practiced to get in, knowing that it was possible I maybe not good enough to get into one of the best schools of music in the world. Either way, I got in. So I was so ecstatic. I went there and I had a teacher who told me straight in my face, "You're not even close to being the best of the worst violinists here."
Wow.
And I think it's a no-brainer for you to switch to the voice department because your voice is so incredible. Now, mind you, I understood what she was saying, but it broke me because I came into the school knowing I wasn't good, trying to become good. So for a teacher to tell me that, it put me in a hole, and I actually stopped playing violin for quite some time, for years, because my voice would get me the money, my voice would get me to tour. And one day I was like, but she doesn't know me. Like, why am I allowing her words to, and I shook it off and I restarted. I mean, I never really lost it, but you know what I mean? Like, you can't get time that's already passed. You have to believe in yourself because people can say things to really affect you.
And this is important to young people, believing in yourself. You speak about that guts, paying attention to what is in there, and believing in it is key than believing in others who may want you to take a different path.
Yes. I think it's important to listen to what people say. Hear them out. We don't know everything. Take counsel from people who are in the place that you probably want to be. But at the end of the day, you are your own person. My journey is not yours. My journey is not the next person's. So it's very, very important to follow your gut. Because, for example, that song, To Call You, I had some issues in the building process of it. It almost didn't happen at all. And I felt in my soul, don't not do it. Put it out. Take your time. Just, even if it takes you another month, and look what happened. I don't doubt myself anymore. I really don't.
It has such an international flavor to it. But, I mean, what you said, it goes against the show that teachers and, nurturers, what we say is so important.
Oh, indeed.
You stopped playing, and you were probably the best violin player I knew, and you get at that level and you're told you're not even the
close.
best of the worst. I mean, that would crush you as a teacher, somebody who's supposed to be guiding and helping students along. That is not something you say to them.
Well, I'm waiting to see her again so I could say, hey, what's up?
I will give you a little joke about my daughter. As you're saying that, the influencer there is so key based on what is said to the student.
Yes.
And when she was at primary school, she wrote a story about a dog playing with a cow. And the teacher then said to her, dogs and cows don't play together. and wanted her to write over it. And since then, she had a thing about writing an essay because her imagination, she's seeing things. And there's this teacher telling her that dog don't play with cow. You know, so you can understand what is happening with. And anytime she sees something like that, she refers to it. You know, so it's so important. That influencer in your life, in your story, in your journey, that it can affect you one way or the other. You are able to overcome that and believe in yourself.
Well, here's the thing. I've always been very motivated, always. I don't need anybody to help me to do anything. When I say that as it relates to like in my spirit, if I feel like I want to accomplish this, I know I will. And sometimes I can't explain or I can't tell you how, but if I feel it fundamentally, you cannot change my mind. Wonderful. So I think what was important then was because I had put so much faith in my teacher, I had to have that to remind myself, why are you checking on them? Like, focus on what you want to do. Yes, she might be right now, but you can practice and fix that, right? You can become even better, right? All you got to do is practice. So I think it was necessary to happen just to refocus me.
Fantastic. Donnell, you cannot not come in here and we not get that absolutely gorgeous voice. I haven't heard it in person. I've heard you from afar. I miss going to Spice Basket and taking in those plays and concerts. You have to do something before you leave us.
But you want folklorish or just regular?
Can I be greedy and beg for a bit of both?
A bit of both? Okay, so I'll do a more modern one. I'm really in love and obsessed with Sabrina Francis' Sweet Grenada, This Is Home, because it speaks to me. Because big lights, bright city, that's kind of what I do. But when I come home, you know, so I'll start with that.
Okay.
All right, so stepping off the plane, it's so easy to breathe again. Life in the big city has finally took its toll. And it's been so long, but I'm finally home. What better place to rest my weary bones than in this beautiful island where there's so much to see. Every corner I turn, something else to remind me of this beautiful nation and what it means to me. That's what's special about it. Kind of messed up the end, but let me figure out a folklorish one. It's been a while. I'm trying to. Do you have one?
Dale.
Oh God, you're gonna do with that? All right.
Dale.
All right.
I do recall him singing that.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna do that. All right. Dale, daylight come and me want go home. Me say oh. Daylight come and me one go home. Work all night and I drink a rum. Daylight come and me one go home. Stack banana till the morning come. Daylight come and me one go home. Come Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Come and me one go home. Yes, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and me one go home. There, me say there, oh. Daylight come and me one go home. There, me say there, oh. Daylight come and me one go home. There, me say 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 there, oh. There, me say there, oh. Daylight come and me one go home.
Thank you.
You made all day today.
This is ours. This is all Grenadian talent. Look for him.
I do want to say something though. I am coming home to shoot my, it's going to be my third video because I'm in the process of shooting my second single. But the third one is going to be about Grenada, and I'm bringing my videographer down so I can get the essence and the visuals that I want, because he's really dope and he has all the dopest cameras and stuff. So I would love, you know, if my people could come out and be part of this, because I know it's going to be massive because I can feel it in my guts. You know what I mean? So just look out for it. Follow me on social media, Donald Best Official, 2 N's, 2 L's, and that way you'll get to see what's really going on, and then we can work it out and do something good.
Donald, you just need to tell us where
and when.
And when.
Gotcha.
And we'll be present.
Awesome.
Where, that's all we need. Where and when.
I'll do that.
We front and center, supporting our own. You guys fly the flag, you guys carry us to the world, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Interestingly, just reflecting on what your professor would have said to you about your voice and your violin playing, and I always thought that the two of them were very much in harmony.
Well, I appreciate that because my experience of that was always different. In Grenada, people, in my experience, they'd either know me for violin or voice and would be shocked to know that I did both. So I'm glad that now they know, he can handle, you know.
And it's so wonderful having you home at this time of the year as well.
I'm so happy to be here.
50th anniversary.
Yes. It was a pleasure to do the 50th concert. It was very meaningful to me because, one, I felt like I was able to present myself to Grenada again, but as a grown-up now, you know. And then it was on the birthday of my mom, who sadly passed, and so it was like my gift to her, and so that night was just super meaningful. So I have to shout at Akira and the team for being so professional with me and for, you know, just handling me, you know, with such love and courtesy, and you know, they allowed me to really be able to heal, because it was a bit of a healing for me. Yeah.
Donald, bless you, and continue making your music. We'll continue to support. Happy Independence to you. Keep playing.
I will.
Keep singing.
Keep making Grenada proud.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Yes.
Thank you so much, folks. We take a quick break. But when we come back, Auntie Sherms, we going down south and see what's going on
with Godfrey,
with that oil down. Yeah. I want to see how the folks from, where is it? Is it Lafayette? Tivoli? I want to see the folks from Tivoli.
Godfrey is from Tivoli. Yes.
I want to see how you make oil down.
The home of Tivoli drummers.
Yeah. Dr. Bob should be joining us in a bit as well. But we want to see that oil down. We take a quick break. We'll be back.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Bryden and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher, going higher, as we.
How do you choose your toilet paper? Just because it's soft and nice. That's how I choose my toilet paper. Made right here in the Isle of Spice. Cherished streets of Harbor Bay. Super value every day. The price is right and locally they're made. Support local when you purchase Cherish and other quality brands from Grenada Paper Products.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union introduces its new digital platform, managing your finances at any time from anywhere.
As a part-time student, balancing work and studies can be a real challenge. But with GCCU's digital app, these worries are no more. My parents can now remotely transfer funds to my account, and I can check my balance at any time, giving me the freedom to achieve my goals.
My days can be long and tedious. With this app, I can ensure my loan is paid on time, transfer funds to someone else's account, and check my balances. I don't have to rush to do business during my lunch hour or after work anymore.
With this app, I can request checks to pay my suppliers, letters for my business transactions. I don't have to leave my farm to go stand in line.
The Grenville Credit Union digital platform. It's convenient and secure banking right at your fingertips. Download the app today from the Play Store or App Store, or call 442-8602, 459-4325, or 416-8467 for further information.
Mr. mentioned the Winkai, then you have things like Manumos, must come back, you know. We have the low folder.
It is kind of like the same man, and it's just different name for the same kind of thing.
And last but not least, I just want to say to all the men who saw me, call me, and ask for a piece of cake. I'm baking this weekend.
Join us Fridays at 8 on GBN Television, K105 FM, GBN's Facebook page and YouTube channel for We Culture.
On Caribbean Passport, join us for Trinidad and Tobago Carnival. Witness the spectacle of the mass, the music and the energy. Then we'll sprint over to Barbados for the Run Barbados Marathon. It's color, revelry and tons of excitement on Caribbean Passport. Right here on this station.
Stepping off the plane, it's so easy to breathe again. Life in the big city has finally took its toll, and it's been so long, but I'm finally home and what better place to rest my weary bones than on this beautiful island where there's so much to see. Every corner I turn, there's something there to remind me of my beautiful nation and what it means to me. Not a thing out of place, that's what's special about it. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's the sound that's everlasting. Beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, yes. And do you hear? It's the songs the birds are singing. Do you hear? It's a sound that's everlasting, and there's no end in sight. Just the beginning of our lives, sweet Grenada. This is home, 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 sweet Grenada, yeah, this is home.
Can't wait to see my granddaughter.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Brighton and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
Welcome back, folks. The National Colors Day celebration continues. we still have a lot more for you. Auntie Shims, what's going on with you? I see you hurt in your heart and your mind with all the oil dung you were seeing on Facebook. You okay?
Folks, listen, let me put on my shades to tell y'all what I'm suffering here under Janelle. My oil dung.
Oil dung tobacco?
And she just said to me, they tell her that the oil dung finished. Is Janelle getting crazy? Janelle, let me tell you about
so
oil dung.
that was the first secret. Another secret, a bowl of oil dung just came for you.
Oh, well, that's good to know. I hope it's well done.
On a day
I
like
hope it's
today,
a country.
well done. It's well done. Well done.
I'm teasing.
It's well done, and I understand the person who did it. They have their mother came from Lafayette. Is that a good oil dung area?
Yeah.
But their father was from Creighton and St. Paul's.
Well, you know, St. Paul's people are right, you know. When you go down Mount Airy and you meet up with people like George and those days with George and my good old friend Denby the Freitas, rest his soul, and those guys, Uncle Yam and so on and so forth. When they make oil dung, you're licking, plucking.
No, I'm glad the truth is finally coming out.
I just tell you because I lived in that area for a long time.
It took a while, but the truth is coming out.
It is still right to say the best oil dung comes from the country.
I realized I wouldn't win that war. I know what I know. The people in St. Paul's.
Even Jerry, Ambassador Jerry admitted when he really wants a great oil dung, he goes to Ladigue.
You both spoke from a place of biasness. The people know that.
Well, you know, John, my thing today is I'm so pleased and happy to see that the whole aspect of the Colors Day and the oil dung cooking and all of that continues after so many years. Like I say, it was also a day too when we go there and judge different parishes and judge it within the ministerial complex, which they'll be having on Thursday. And you know, these are the things that really bring our communities together and our people together in a nice way.
But I think if they have to judge this year, it's going to be a really hard task. I think almost every community they have, they've cleaned up, they've done the beautification, they've painted the lawns. I mean, everything is just nicely done. This is the first year I've seen Independence lights. I'm seeing, you would think it's Christmas. Some people think it's Carnival, but this is the first, you drive around at nights and the homes, they're lighted. They have some of them in the shape of 50 or just the red, green and yellow lights.
Excellent.
It's a spectacle all around, day and night. Hats off to the committee, or National Organizing Committee. They've put on, in collaboration with the different parishes and communities, you've put on a host of activities that people can enjoy and can, you know, use to commemorate our 50th anniversary. So I know the visitors, they say they're tired. People who are going to work are telling me, I'm coming to work beaten on a Monday. It's almost like a carnival.
They're having a wonderful time.
They're having a ball and they're enjoying being home, being amongst family and friends, and you know, that community spirit, that Grenadian spirit, it is rich and it is thriving, and we are celebrating. But I want to go down south and see what's happening with Godfrey Pot. Could we see what's happening at Grenada Paper Products today, please?
Ooh.
So, the guys at Grenada Paper Products, they are preparing for the Independence oil dung. You can see in the picture there, Ronnie, one of the main men in that oil dung. He just came out to the first pot. Now, from how I understand it, 3 pots of oil dung will be done today. 3 pots of oil dung. Of course, there will be the salt meat pot. There will be one with chicken, and then there's going to be a mix. Ronnie, I want you to chat with me a little bit here. I know you're getting ready to light your fire, and Carol is coming up now. You know, in everything, you must have the ladies' touch. So without Carol putting her hand, you know, the thing won't work the way it is supposed to. But Ronnie, talk to me about a light your fire. What kind of wood you have in that fire there, Ronnie?
Cedar and peas.
Cedar and peas, that is good wood?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you light quick, man. You light quick. So let's talk about the first spot. The first spot just came out, Ronnie. Tell us what's in that first spot.
The first spot is, this one is, it's a mix.
So that's a mix spot?
It's a mix. You have 2 mix and 1 straight.
Right, 2 mix, 1 straight. Explain the first mix.
The first one is pork and chicken.
The second mix?
Same pork and chicken.
More pork and chicken?
Yeah.
And the third one?
Chicken only.
Chicken only. Lovely. I like that. I like that. So tell me something. One pot is on fire. How preparations going for the other 2 pots?
Yeah, right. I'm going to get them.
Oh, you're going to get the pot now? Yeah. Right. So listen, let me tell you something. Now the real lady here. Carol, let me ask you a question now. Them fellas know what they're doing inside there?
Yeah.
They know what they're doing?
Yeah.
So hold on, them fellas better than women then?
No, not really.
So, I want to ask you a question. How much dumpling are they now, Ella?
I didn't check it.
Then come
It's a lot.
But listen, we're supposed to have 50 oil long, 50 dumpling. Remember, we're celebrating 50 years of independence, so we must have 50 dumpling in the pot. Right, so but the 50 overall. All right, so the 3 pots make up the 50 dumpling. This is fine. This is real fine. So folks, that's Carol. We're going to talk back to Carol a little later on. But there you see, the first pot just went on fire. And as Ronnie said, this one was a mix. So you have the chicken and the pork. You can see the callaloo at the top. In between there, you're seeing some beautiful pumpkin. And I'm sure at the bottom, of course, the main thing, the breadfruit, the dumpling, and other provisions in that pot. And the fire lighting nice. Cedar and peace wood. They say that is the best wood for oil dung. Now that's just one. Now the other fireside, nothing going on here yet, but Ronnie did say that he's going for the other pot. And here comes Ronnie and Sean. Ronnie and Sean, they've just arrived with the second pot. I think this one is the second mix pot. And they will be going for the straight one just now with chicken. Ronnie and Sean, I was just asking Carol, we're celebrating 50 years of independence. I want to make sure that the oil dung has 50 dumplings.
Each of them are 35 apiece.
Oh, so you're going beyond.
Yeah.
So you're working with Division 75 then? So them fellas, they're going beyond 50. They're ahead of us. 70, 35, 35, 35. That's a lot of dumpling, boy. 35 and 35 is 70 and 35 is 105 dumpling. Good. So them fellas gone 52s plus 5. That's what I'm saying. Now here is the other fireside. Just light up and you see Ronnie and Sean just put it on there. So 2 pots actually on the way. 2 pots are on the way, bubbling. And as I told you, we're down at Grenada Paper Products. And of course, the makers of Cherish, Harbour Bay, Spring Soft, Quick and Easy, you name all the brands locally made here. And of course, most of all, this is a moment that we are going to cherish. We have to cherish this moment. Wow. Wow, a peek in the second pot. And Sean is going to put the cover on the second pot. Sean, what kind of vegetables do you have in the pots? I know I've seen callaloo, I've seen pumpkin. What else do we have there?
Carrot, okra, beans, string beans.
And what else? So you're fully covered with your veggies.
Yeah.
You're fully covered with your veggies. I like that. This is really, really, really wonderful. So guys, let me tell you all something. Wherever you are now, this thing you're looking at this thing live on GBN television. You could come on down. We might have a little to share with you. Even if it's one dumpling you get, that is all right. Just make sure that the guys take out my food first, and then of course they can share. But we're going. I anticipate, Ronnie, how long you feel that pot might take to be to ready?
But the most is about 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes. The fire blazing, there's a nice little breeze down. We are in the south, folks. We are in the south. Paper Products on Maurice Bishop Highway. That's where we are at this point. So this is the factory where we manufacture all the toilet tissues, paper napkins, paper towels. As I mentioned the brands to you earlier: Cherish, Harbour Bay, Super Value, Spring Soft, and of course our towels, Horizon, Royal, Quick and Easy, and our napkins as well. So it's Independence, 50 years of independence celebration. We're celebrating And of course, we have our oil long bubbling. 105 dumplings in the 3 pots together. Of course, together with chicken, we have some pork and other stuff. So yeah, we're looking forward to having a wonderful time later. And of course, we must wash on that with some juice. So guys, let me tell you what, we're going to leave you all here for now, but we're going to touch back base with the guys a little later. So this is just the preparation. Things are going and we're looking all right. So a little later, once that pot come off the fire, we're going to be touching base and showing you some more of the activities taking place down here as Grenada Paper Products celebrate with the rest of Grenada 50 years of independence. See you later.
Oh, wow, Auntie Sherms. 3 pots. 105 dumplings. Listen,
Godfrey.
Listen, Godfrey. We need to know how the oil turned out, and we need to know what time we're getting our plates.
Oh my goodness.
And I hear people getting 1 dumpling if they pass by. I want 2. I want 2.
How many dumplings you said?
105 dumplings in 3 pots.
Mamma mia! Ay, 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 there's dumpling galore.
No, but that pot looked legit. It looked legit.
Well, you know, anytime if Godfrey is involved in an oil down, trust me, he will make sure. I don't know who the other person's putting it together.
His team at Paper Products.
Well, right. Yeah. And if he's leading that team, listen, that's going to be one of the best oil longs. You see the amount of callaloo that's on top of that oil long? That alone is an indication.
What do you think is the most important ingredient in an oil long?
Important ingredient. All of them important.
All have to come together.
Because they all make it happen. I mean, you could take a lot of them.
There are some things you would say, if for me,
if it's not there,
it's not complete. What's the one thing you think would complete an oil long? What would you miss?
It's not a miss, but to give the exact proper taste and flavor, you must have coconut milk.
Yeah?
Yeah. That's my because you could make any kind of oil long. Right. You could make a seafood oil long. You could make a oil long with chicken alone, as they say. You could make a vegan oil long. But if you don't have that coconut milk to give it that flavor, remember when that coconut milk gets its way into everything that's in there, into the breadfruit, the fig, the blogger, the yam, whatever you put in there. The coconut milk also helps to increase the flavor of the meats inside there. Yeah?
I still think I could bypass it.
To be honest, your mind did not put coconut milk in our oil long. I love a lot of callaloo in our oil long too, and okra and stuff like that.
Side note, this is not how I make it, but I'm thinking if I have to, I could bypass it. For me,
you
I
want to
must
do like
have...
the Trini guy that they advertise
no.
and he said to put oil in the oil.
No.
That's what you want to do?
I could find a substitute.
What you going to substitute?
But for me...
Milk? Never.
I could substitute coconut
milk in oil?
I could.
Well, tell us with what?
No, I'll probably make something and substitute. I could. But for me, it must have smoke herring. If it don't have smoke herring, Auntie Sherms, if it don't have smoke herring,
I'm not into that Smoky Joe business at all.
What?
Smoke herring to me, when you put smoke herring in, I like smoke herring. Don't get me wrong.
Sauce.
Yes.
Right.
You put smoke herring in oil long,
the flavor the pot.
That's not the word you want, not the flavor of that pot so bad is a shame.
That's not the word you want, change. It completes.
Complete where?
It completes.
When you put that in your mouth, getting airy, as the people would say, are you crazy? No. If you put smoke herring in your oil long, I don't want it.
Serious? Well, if my oil long do have smoke herring, I don't want it.
We go fight over that.
That look like a war.
I don't like smoke herring oil, I must tell you that. I mean, I don't mind. There's some people who take a little piece of the smoke herring, a little piece, so to give the oil long a little extra smoky flavor. But to put I like saltfish in oil long, but to put smoke herring in its, in that way. No.
You cook for you, I'll cook for me.
You damn right, each his own.
We have...
somebody asked that question on Facebook, didn't they? Why it is they had to put smoke herring. And that was
to
a
complete
big
the pot.
discussion.
It's not complete if you don't have smoke herring.
No,
It's a must-do.
you must. Coconut milk brings everything together. That's a binder, in my opinion. And I like a lot of callaloo and stuff. It adds that substance. I prefer that instead of having an oil long with a lot of juice or whatever you want to call it. You see, when you make an oil long,
it must be
Janelle,
juicy.
Listen to me carefully.
I'm listening.
An authentic oil long. You hear what it's called?
Right.
Oil down. That is when the pot gets to the stage where all the coconut milk and so on, after cooking and kusuming, and it literally creates a sort of oily substance.
Right.
And on the top, you get that white fluffiness from the coconut, which is called the coconut caca.
Right.
That's when you're talking oil long. But a lot of people like when they condemn the Trini soup oil long. There are a lot of people in Grenada that eat in the soup oil long because they want gravy. They want a set of, I don't know. But if you get an oil long that has made itself into an oil long with coconut milk and have all the elements that you're talking about there, you don't want all this soup in your oil long? You may as well go and make stew oil long.
Look at the jokes you're giving us now. We have.
But do you know what was Grenada's considered as Grenada's national dish before oil long?
Oh, we had something before? What was it?
Before, you see, when you watched it, like you remember we spoke earlier on about how oil long was treated in this country. So it was never really considered as a national dish. It was considered as a rural dish with rural people who have a lower strata in society.
Right.
So they had the national dish of Grenada as pea soup.
Really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes. Well, asked older people would tell you that. Yeah.
So when did we legitimize oil long?
I can't tell you when. We also have to look at the oil long as something that came out of slavery. If you look at when we talk about the original pot, and this is why I'm not one who into the turkey and the chicken and so on in oil long. Simply because when you take it from the ancestors and how they would have made it authentically, what did they have to put in this one pot? The vegetable, the coconut milk, the greens that they would have grown in their back, little plots and so on, and meat that they would have corn, meat that the massa didn't want. The tail and the entrails of the animal and the head and whatever the massa that did not go to the massa table. They would take that and they would have that corn because they didn't have no refrigerator or nothing. And that's their meat. That's what they would use. So when they cook this one pot, yeah, that's what they would put into it. Yeah? It evolved where we want to put all kind of thingamajeri inside the pot now.
Did they have smoke herring back then?
I don't think so.
I think they did.
No, they would not. Where would they get smoke herring from?
It was a nice salted corn meat.
You just like smoke herring.
You're just telling me the history.
Cornfish.
Which involves
cornfish.
Yes, smoke herring is almost a cornfish.
Cornfish. There and nowhere else. And all the salted meat that they would have kept, they would have gotten from. So that is where you have what they call the corn poke, the belly of the animal. The belly. Yeah. Now to buy. Pork belly is a big thing in the U.S. They talk about pork belly, but the belly of the animal, the foot, the whatever, that is what they had, and that is what they used to make this delicious one pot called the oil long.
Talk about when I give you lemons, you make lemonade.
That's right, and I would love to see us get to the stage where we can get UNESCO to add that sort of credentials to the oil long as they have done with the soup in Haiti.
Okay.
And by the way, Janelle, if I may say this, there is nothing that indicates from a legal perspective or in any sort of international organization in the United Kingdom, there are certain things that are registered as certain things for different countries. The oil long is not registered as a Grenadian dish, as the dish of Grenada. I heard the concern
before.
Neither is a flower of Grenada. And these are the things that if we're going to boast about it and talk about it, we need to look into the possibility of ensuring that it's ours in the true sense of the word. We speak as Grenadians. Now remember, look at steel band, for example, in Trinidad. You know it belongs to an American. All the fuss the Trinis will talk about pan and pan and pan. The pan is copyrighted, is registered, belonging to an American. And that is simply because I imagine they did nothing over the years of having it properly documented or legally processed as their own. We must move from that position, yeah, and ensure that we make these things truly ours. Because you can't tell me if a Vinci Get Up Today or the Vincentian government or whoever organization in there, the cultural people or St. Lucia, decide to say we are whatever process that needs to be done to make the oil dung our national dish, we in trouble.
Right.
So
Chris, I'm going to throw, I mean, we have to start somewhere. We had Chris this morning. I wish you had raised it then, because I'm sure if you, I mean, and he's probably aware, but I guess with everything happening, you know, it probably slipped through the cracks. But a 50th anniversary is a good time. No, it's a good time to start documenting what is ours.
Simple process. For example, the UNESCO situation, not that we haven't looked into it in the past, the UNESCO situation, you must be able to give them the authentic recipe of this thing.
But you just outlined the recipe initially. We have it.
I tell you what I know. The authentic recipe. You cannot deviate and say you're putting chicken and who and how. The authentic recipes that they would be interested in. The one that was generated during that period of enslavement.
Right.
That is what they would want. Because remember, once they're dealing with it, they must list
the ingredients.
The ingredients, yeah.
I'm sure we'd find smokering there, and if we do, I'll even further champion that cause of having it registered properly.
Down there for Janel for me, please, on this
I didn't take chances. I have smokering already. I didn't want to get into a situation. I know how we behave.
I put it on the shades.
The season come in and we go just buy up all the breadfruit and buy up all the no.
You put aside the smoker?
Secured it early.
Honey bun, sorry, you know. All next week, so you Belgian smoker.
Don't worry, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. But we've had Monifa waiting. Monifa, are you still with us?
I hope so. She's there.
Yes, I'm still here.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And how are you?
Are wonderful, a bit hungry and needing some oil dung with smokering in it.
Listen, I am drooling because I have not had oil dung in so long.
Really?
All right, we're not hearing her that well. Well, you have your...
I'm hearing you, but if you could get a little bit of volume.
All right, that's it, yes.
She's drooling. She hasn't had oil dung in a while. She's all the way in Canada. Is it easy to find the ingredients to make a good Grenadian oil dung in Canada?
Well, in Toronto and Montreal, but not in British Columbia.
Okay.
We do not get breadfruit.
Ooh. I feel your pain. Although...
it is painful. It is very painful. No breadfruit. Very rarely you would see a breadfruit around here. But whenever I have a chance, I try to get one and do whatever. But we do not get breadfruit. So while you're talking about oil down, my lips I'm smacking my lips, hoping that I would get something, you know. And even the smokering.
Thank you. You know what good food is. I can tell. And folks, Monifa Ainde, she's based in British Columbia, Canada. She is.
If there's breadfruit with smokering, I'll eat it, but I'm not a smokering fan.
Okay, but you heard Auntie Shum. She clarified.
Yeah, no choice what she is.
No, she clarified.
Yeah, she gets it with whatever she eated it. I understand her pain, you know. I lived in Calgary, and I know what it is not to be able to get that Grenadian thing going. Yeah.
But no, but I'm hearing opportunities, and Jerry was on before, and he just explained to us that the Grenadian community is building. You have over 100,000 Grenadians spread across Canada. So it's time to start making sure that our foods, the breadfruit, is available. So somebody who has breadfruit out there, you need to start exporting to British Columbia.
Yes, we need it.
Yeah.
We do our own version of oil down when we have our Grand Fest. We have Grenada Food Festival, but very rarely we would get breadfruits. So we incorporate our green bananas and everything else, but no breadfruit.
Right. Okay.
So it tells you that oil can be made without breadfruit.
Yes, yes, it can. So what is the independence celebration like in British Columbia?
For the last 25 years, we started our Grenadian Cultural Association. Pre-1998, we were just having house parties and, just small celebration. But in 1999, we started having a gala. We have every year. And it's been very successful for us. We've been showcasing Grenada. We've had a lot of friends of Grenada coming to the events. We have church services. And this year, normally we would do the maypole. We bring everything that we can of our culture into British Columbia. So we have chutney, we do maypole, we make sure that the kids as well as our, more mature people take part. And because we're very few and we do not have a great Grenadian population in British Columbia, but we're small, but we're powerful. We roar. We make sure that we're heard. And for gala, it's always very wonderful. We incorporate Canadian and Caribbean cuisine, so we make sure everybody gets a taste of home.
Fantastic. Monifa, which part of Grenada are you originally from?
Grand Anse.
Okay. So you know how to make a good oil too?
I'm not going to get into that. Oil than Lafayette and all those places. What's the matter with you people? We do a better oil down.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're in the same parish. I arguing.
I know the people of St. Paul's are going to be mad, but no, in all fairness, or oil down person is from St. Paul's, I'm sorry to say. And she does a great one. So she makes St. Paul's proud.
Thank you. The truth have a way of coming out, Auntie Sherms. As much as you try to squash it, it came out again today.
Always remember there are three sides to a story.
No, the truth comes out.
But I just want to ask you. I want to ask you, what are the plans for you for tomorrow? As we celebrate, you're not in Grenada and you'd love to be here, we know that, as you celebrate that very important milestone in our lives. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Anything in particular?
Okay, so basically, because some of our people were traveling, we had our gala, our Independence Gala, we had that on Saturday.
Okay.
So that was our huge show we had. We made sure that the people who had to travel, some to Grenada for independence, that we did our celebration. So we had this beautiful gala, lots of music, lots of good food, families, because even though it's formal, we make sure that the kids come. So we have, we make sure the kids take part, and lots of music and dancing and skits. And then so tomorrow for me, it's mostly with my family. We're going to celebrate like we always do on for Independence Day. So we're going to be celebrating. We're going to cook up some food, and some people have to work, but after the work, we were just going to have a good time. Always celebrating our independence. And then on the 18th, it's when 18th of February, we have our church service. and we do a church service with a brunch. Some of the younger people are having their dances, etc. But for us, some of our more mature people, we do mostly with families.
I missed the last part. You do mostly with what?
We do mostly with our families.
Okay.
But a lot of the younger people, I know they're having parties, you know, with some of the restaurants, or they're just having parties by themselves. But some of the more mature people tend to have dinners, and we wear colors, and we make sure we have a lot of music to celebrate tomorrow.
Fantastic. Well, I can tell you tomorrow the celebration at the National Stadium will be grand. So tune in. Everything is going to be online. You can follow. And
we tune in all the time. I tuned in this morning. We tune in all the time.
Fantastic.
Even though we're 4 hours, for me, we're 4 hours, you 4 hours ahead of us.
Yes.
Right.
So for me, we get up at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. We never miss it. That's something.
As proud Grenadians.
I think every Grenadian, whether you have to go to work or not, you make sure to take in, you know, the events for independence. That is a must. Because we try so hard to make sure that the younger people, make sure our kids or our grandkids, make sure that they're involved. And because they have to know the history. And we want to make sure when they see what's happening in Grenada, even though they cannot travel all of the time, but we want to make sure that they have some sense of where they came from, where we came from. And we talk about that all of the time. Mm-hmm. And independence celebration with all the colors, oh my goodness. And I have to really congratulate the organizing committee. I mean, when we got the logo and we had it displayed for our gala, oh my goodness, everything, all on the napkins, we put the logo on the podium. It was just so beautiful, so wonderful job, and kudos to the organizing committee because they've done a wonderful job, and the people of Grenada.
Kudos. We concur. Thank you so much, Monifa, and it was lovely to meet you. Happy Independence to you.
Well, I want to say happy independence to all of my family who are there in Grenada. Some are visiting from Trinidad, etc. I'm sorry I can't be there, but I would have loved to be there. And I am fully committed, our association is fully committed in making sure that we do everything we can to help, because we believe in the one people, one journey, one future. That's us. So wherever we can help, we're going to be there.
Okay.
And thank you for having me. And to all my friends and my family, happy independence, and be safe and have a wonderful time. And whoever is listening, make sure you send us some breadfruit soon. We need it.
Yes, please.
We'll send you a shipment.
Indeed. It is needed, folks. There's a call going out. We need breadfruit.
Market. So make sure that you think of British Columbia, think of Vancouver, and whoever does the shipment from there, make sure you send us some breadfruit. We need it.
Wonderful.
We cannot even smuggle it out into the country anymore, so we need it.
Fantastic. I hope somebody listens and sends you some soon. We're celebrating for a year, so you still have some time to make some oil dung. Yeah, within the season.
Yeah,
it's a year-long celebration.
And I'm hoping to be there in the fall.
Nice.
So in October, I hope to come down, and I'm coming. I'll have to come to try some of that oil dung with smoke herring.
Yes. I'll have some prepared for you. I promise you. When you come check me. You will have it, and it's going to change the way you view oil dung. You would never make oil dung again without smoke herring.
Monifa, good luck to you, my
And then you'll be asking for breadfruit and smoke herring.
Oh my God.
Sounds like smoke herring and the breadfruit on the side.
But I hope everyone has a wonderful, safe, lively eat a lot, drink a lot time, because 50 years, we're celebrating. And it's a milestone, and we are so happy that we here in British Columbia can at least be part of what's happening out there. And we've done it every year, but this year has been so special. 50, wow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Yes.
Take care, Bonifa. Happy Independence.
Thank you very much, and have a good time.
We will. We will.
I'll still be watching.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Folks, that was Monifa Inde. She is in British Columbia, Canada. She is a Grenadian community organizer. Yes, she's from Grandance. And she clarified earlier that the fantastic oil dung she's enjoying over there was made by somebody from St. Paul's.
St. Paul's. I'm sorry to say.
St. Paul should just be.
To say it, but I have to.
It should just be the capital of Grenada.
St. Paul should be. You know, listen.
Were you at the extravaganza on Sunday?
No, I didn't.
You missed it.
I had another engagement, but St. Extravaganza is known for a lot of things, my dear friend. Remember, I lived in that area for over 12 years.
Yeah.
So the extravaganza has been going on for a number of years,
I think it's
and growing bigger
year.
and bigger every year. You know, and I heard this year was a blast.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I heard so. I had another engagement. A friend of mine came down with a contingent from England, and we had a little get-together. So we kind of missed that one. So that was it for St. Paul. But you know, Janelle, as we get ready to go there tomorrow, we heard about the I think it was Zoe talking about the drones that are going to be on display as part of the fireworks, you know, that's going to take place. And interestingly, it was discussed on a national television in the United States that they probably should start moving away from fireworks and using the drones to create the same images, which is safer for the environment, because the fireworks let out all the fumes and what have you. With the drones, there's lights you're using, so they're saying that it, and then the blast, when they do the blast and everything, whatever, the sulfur and so on, and also well, with the drones you don't get sound, you get lights. It is also safer for the animals, especially the dogs, who are very sensitive to the sound. So it'll be interesting to see that happening here. When I heard of the drones, I remember that conversation for the independence of and the fireworks in New York in particular. They were talking about trying to move people into doing drones display instead of the fireworks. So that's an interesting thing to come.
It's interesting, and it's interesting to see that we're embracing safety in everything we do. And we have to think of the climate. Sometimes, you know, we don't.
Yeah, and that's another issue. As you know, climate change is rapidly taking place around
and everything
us.
Impacts it. So a little bit at a time.
Yeah, minimize. Change is important.
A little bit at a time. We're making another over the seas connection. This time we're moving from Canada. We're moving into the U.S. I believe, no, I don't think he's in the U.S. Capitol still. But we have Dr. Kellon Bob.
Yeah, Washington. He's
still in the Capitol?
I think so.
Okay. Dr. Bob is in the house.
Oh, my goodness. Look at me. Look at me. You see what I have on? You see what I have on? I had mine. Mine was a first edition from Trisha. Yes.
Yeah.
Campbell. Yeah, Ruben.
You know, I'm observing this selfish behavior. It was the glasses, now it's the T-shirt. But carry on.
Mine was a first edition. I got mine directly mailed to me in Florida from Florida. I saw you showcasing it, so I say I have to wait until you come on to show you. Here I am.
That's right.
Andre Campbell. Hi, Kellon.
Happy Independence to all of the wonderful citizens of Grenada. Carriacou and PT Martinique. I can't be there, but I'm certainly representing today.
I see that.
Spirit.
Proudly so. How have you been? How is it not being able to be here?
Oh, it's torture. It's torture. You know, seeing all of those wonderful images from the streets today, the kids parading in the streets, the events that has been happening, you know, has all been extremely wonderful. Certainly here in Washington, D.C., the new Ambassador Francis, he did have a reception 2 weeks ago with the Grenadian community here, but certainly it was not as fancy as what you guys have in Grenada with the galas and all of that. But certainly it was a chance to get together with the small Grenadian community here that we have in the Washington, D.C. area. But we have been following closely all of the developments home, and I do know that a number of Grenadians here are actually home. But I brought a little piece of Grenada with me at work today.
You did. Have you had any oil down for this week?
No. And I'm hearing all of the oil down conversations, and it's making me much more homesick than I should be.
Yeah.
So,
I deliberately raised it.
I may have to journey to Brooklyn for that.
Kellogg. She deliberately
It's deliberate.
raised it to you.
I know the oil down tobacco that's going on.
Kellogg from Tonga.
You are. So you know what a good oil long is.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you do. So what are some of the activities happening in the Washington area?
Well, they're going to be having a post-independence gala because, as you know, the independence activities are supposed to be year-round. There was a church service, a church service on this past Sunday in the community at the Washington. One of the churches in I think it was the Washington Metropolitan Cathedral on Sunday, and then on the last Sunday of February, there intends to be a gala. I believe that's on the 25th of February or the 24th. I believe it's the 24th of February. There is going to be a gala, I believe, in which the guest of honor will be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, hosted under the auspices of the ambassador. That's Ambassador Tali Francis and his wife. They reached out to me and to other people in the Grenadian community. In fact, Nadia Benjamin lives in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. So I know that she's in Grenada now, but certainly folks like her, I'm sure, would be in attendance at that activity as well.
Okay. Kellogg, I have to ask, you're a Grenadian, well in tune and on top of what is happening locally. Did you get a chance to witness the unveiling last evening?
Yes, I did. It was actually, I thought I was watching a TED Talk for a moment.
Yes.
The stagecraft I thought was excellent in respect of how it went. And I thought it was a very proud moment for Grenada. You had a living legend there in Kirani James. At the activity, of course, you have Governor Timothy Antoine of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank articulating the reasoning behind, or the thinking behind, having the commemorative currencies, the commemorative notes. And I thought that was such a beautiful moment, because you also had a coming together of the children and the families of two people who are diametrically opposed politically, the daughters of Sir Eric Matthew Gary, Marcel and Jennifer. Also, of course, their mom, Mrs. Cynthia Gary, is a daughter of St. David's. Okay, she is from Malmont in St. David's, Malmont Primrose in St. David's. So it was very a proud moment to see her, as well as to see the wife, the widow of the late Maurice Bishop, and seeing those relatives of two competing politicians, but come together on that platform. Of course, I thought it was a very beautiful ceremony that really articulated the way forward for Grenada as Grenada continues to grow and mature.
I think so too. Last night was touching. I shared earlier, it's the first one that moved me almost to tears for the season.
Yes.
You felt something almost to your soul, seeing our Grenadian leaders on our money, a $50. I mean, it is a commemorative bill, but it really touched seeing.
But not only the Grenadian leaders, is also seeing that we have a Grenadian at the helm of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank now, a son of the soil. And of course, if you know the story of Timothy Antoine and his family, you know that that is a family that espouses excellence. Yes. And so to me, Dr. Antoine embodies that true spirit of Grenadianism. You know, the fact that he was the one that was doing the unveiling to me served as that extremely powerful symbolism and metaphor for what can be possible for any Grenadian child and any Grenadian man, woman, or child who aspires to greatness in whatever field that we endeavor to aspire to greatness in.
Yeah.
So, Kellon, getting to the Independence celebration, how are you planning to do that tomorrow? I know that you will find some significant, even if it is a 5 minutes or 10 minutes or in some way, whether it's a bottle of champagne, whether it's some jubilant way. Tell us, we want to know.
Absolutely. So in my department, we have other Caribbean colleagues, and they all know that Grenada is celebrating 50 years of independence tomorrow. So I did let them know that I will be moving a toast to Grenada tomorrow. I will be getting a Grenada flag, even though that is in a scarce supply here in the diaspora. In fact, I gave my flag, I gifted the full-size Grenadian flag that I have at my house to a dear family member of mine who was going to Grenada as well. But I will be getting a Grenadian flag this evening, and tomorrow for at least 10-15 minutes playing the Grenadian theme song and having a toast in our department office. I do hope to get the folks, especially the Caribbean contingent. I have a colleague from Dominica and St. Kitts who work with me as well, and from Trinidad as well. And so I hope to get them on board to celebrate with us tomorrow.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Yes.
And here you
so
have
I would still celebrate. I would still celebrate, even though
I know you will
be in St. George's doing. But Auntie Shama, you know me.
I know. That's why I asked that question, because I know you would have a plan.
You are too Grenadian to not celebrate.
And always have a plan. That's the thing. He always has a plan.
But here you have another opportunity, folks. And I'm speaking to all our entrepreneurs. We need flags, Grenadian flags in Washington.
There you go.
Yes, we do need flags. We do need flags. There is a dearth of flags here. We do need them. And speaking of planning, you said planning. You know, I think it's important that we know the origin of National Colors Day for Grenadians who may not know. And I think we have to give people their flowers while they are here. And in that spirit, Auntie Shoma Wells, as I call her Auntie Shums, but Shoma Wells, who is on set today, must be given credit for conceptualizing National Colors Day. National Colors Day has taken on a life of its own.
Indeed it has.
And so everyone wants to be involved in activities surrounding National Colors Day. And Auntie Shoma, credit must be given to you for conceptualizing that idea, because it has certainly taken on a life of its own. So thank you for giving us an excuse. Thanks for giving me an excuse to celebrate National Colors Day today, for giving me an excuse. And my students who asked me, they said, "Professor, you look extra bright today." You look extra bright today. I said, yes, because I'm celebrating National Colors Day. And they said, "What do you mean National Colors Day? Is it at the national capital? What are you talking about?" And then I went into Grenada and Grenadian independence and so on. So thank you, Auntie Shoma, for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kellon. I've been telling her all day, we need to be celebrating it. She doesn't want to. She's being very bashful, but she needs to be celebrated.
Well, like I said to Janelle, you know, I'm never the type of person to go shouting out things on the top of the
That's okay. We will shout.
It's happened is happening.
Kellon and I will shout.
Life continues, you know.
Yes.
I make a lot of noise about a lot of things, but not necessarily about the things that I would have accomplished along the way.
Thank you, Kellon. Our very own Dr. Kellon Bob, continue to fly that Grenadian flag high and proud in Washington, D.C. Kelon,
And
we
please
appreciate
call
you.
our friend Trisha and tell her that in case she has not been viewing, I'm very much outfitted in my beautiful.
I would definitely let her know that you.
And you let her know that I am not and need to be. Yeah? You let her know that I am not, but I need to be. Thank you.
Kelon, it's such a joy chatting with you, my dear. Yeah.
Yes, it sure is up and up, and 50 is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
50 is a big deal.
It really is.
We have had our shortcomings, but Grenadians have a lot to be proud about, a lot to be proud for. We are a resilient people. We don't always disagree. We have all our national quarrels, but at the end of the day, you know, it's crazy because here in the Washington, D.C. area, we do not have a lot of Grenadians in this area, not as much as New York or Brooklyn, but in the Washington, D.C. area, the flag, sometimes you see somebody driving and they have a Grenadian flag in their car window, and you get so excited, and you know, they blow you, or sometimes they would reverse and say, "You from Grenada, man? Which part of Grenada you from?" You know, and it's that wonderful spirit of patriotism, that sense of Grenadianism that you still have, in spite of the fact that you might not be around community 24/7, 365 here. When you meet someone from the Grenadian community, it's an extra special reunion that happens when that occurs.
I could just imagine. I could just imagine.
Great feeling of pride.
It absolutely is a great feeling of pride. Yes.
And as you mentioned, Kelon, it's a fantastic time. This 50th, the occasion of our 50th anniversary, to come together. And I'm just happy so far for the week. I've seen the togetherness. I wish we could put aside politics, even if it's just for this week. Put aside politics. It's a oneness. It's a Grenadianness. It's our 50th anniversary. Let's celebrate as one. Embrace each other regardless of, you know, ideals, and so it's a fantastic time for togetherness.
I would go so far to say that it's time for us to send that off to Lacroix.
Yes.
Bury that nonsense.
That's the time.
We're one.
Because you know, it will be a one at the end.
Strong friends who are not necessarily supporting where I support.
Same political. Yes.
And that will never change. They're people I went to school with. And that will never change. It will never change. You know, you have some situations where even family against family.
Yeah.
And that should never.
It shouldn't.
Never.
Because at the end of the day, and I do remember, you know, recalling conversations that people had, especially after Hurricane Ivan, in instances and situations where the neighbor who might have been political would go help out the neighbor next door who they had political differences with, or whatever the case might be. But at the end of the day, you close ranks. I think for certain activities and events, you close ranks. So perhaps we can adopt the Trinidadian model that says how you vote is not how you party.
Right.
So and so how we vote is not how we should be getting along or not get along with our fellow citizens.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that is important. And perhaps the rest of Grenada can learn from the great village of Pomrose, my maternal, my mom's home, Pomrose in St. David, you know.
Yeah, you love it there.
There is a great sense of community there. You have Pomrose roots.
Yeah, my mom is from Pomrose. You're probably my cousin and don't know.
Probably.
Who is your family in Pomrose? I never knew that, Janelle.
The Hazards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look at that.
You're probably a cousin.
Greatness. So if you learn from Pomrose, you know, Pomrose, we would always make a maroon. There was always that community spirit. I always tell people I grew up with old people, as they say. I grew up with my grand aunts, my grandmother's aunts, and so on. And that sense of community, people shared their bush tea, you know, their bush leaves to make bush tea. You know, on Saturday you had your baking. You would go to the butcher together, you know, and so in my yard we had a mud oven. Right, and the neighbors in the community would come to that mud oven. Everybody comes and partakes of the meals and so on, in the bread that was baked in that mud oven, you know, and that sense of community, that community spirit, I think, and it's also good to see that was the case across Grenada as well in this period. And perhaps we should, as Auntie Sherman says, bury all of the rancor. And if we can translate that community spirit that we've seen today as currency for every other occasion in Grenada, then we would do so well as a people. Independence should not give us an excuse to come together. We should come together irrespective of who is in office or irrespective of what's happening. That should happen all the time. Look, at the end of the day, people are constitutionally entitled to political difference. You can't take that away from the citizen of the country. But we should not allow the way that the politics is set up to determine how you're going to have relationships with people. I hear some people sometimes saying, I would not talk to this person because that person is of this side or that side. How could you allow make a judgment call based on how somebody feels about somebody? You don't even know the person, but you're making a judgment call. I'm not going to talk to somebody because of their that same person might be the same person that would bring a cup of tea for me at night. So this is how we have to think about those things. And so in our 50th year, I think it's time for us to have a conversation around maturity. Because we are growing. We are growing, yes, and 50 is a big deal. So let us behave as though it is a big deal and make our ancestors proud.
Well said.
Well said.
Fully
well
endorsed.
placed.
Fully endorsed.
As per usual.
Yeah.
Excellent advice.
Yeah, folks. Our very own scholar, Dr. Kellum Bub, thank you for passing through.
We're so proud of you, the son of the soil, who's done tremendous with your life.
And continues to educate and elevate discourse in Grenada. We appreciate you. Happy Independence.
Happy Independence,
much appreciated.
my dear.
Thank you so much. Happy Independence, Grenada.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Kellon.
Okay, take care.
All right.
Oh, my.
Folks, Dr. Kellon Bub, out there in Washington, D.C.,
star.
he continues to fly that Grenadian flag so high, and we are indeed proud of him. Auntie Sherms, I understand that pot in the south is just about done. I think Godfrey is on the line. Yeah, Godfrey?
Are you sure
we still have Godfrey? Yeah, they tell me Godfrey was there.
Well,
I think he wanted to burn my eyes with the pot. I understand the pot is down. Yeah, no.
Mouth watering inside here. I seen he's coming in and out. There he is.
There you are.
Hi, Godfrey.
Unmute. We're not hearing you.
Lovely. I think we're going now. How are you guys doing? Happy 50th anniversary of independence.
I'm not hearing him.
Thank you. Same to you. Godfrey saying happy 50th.
I'm not hearing.
You're not hearing. Kellum, we're not hearing.
Hi, Godfrey.
Hi, Shams. I'm hearing you guys fine. I'm not sure.
I wasn't hearing.
She's hearing now.
Right. Happy Independence.
Okay, lovely.
Are we getting a whole pot?
Shams, hold on. Before we talk about our oil, I need to kind of get the thing clear and straight, because I realize there's someone close to you who's been trying to make a confusion about who could cook oil down, and that confusion been going since about a week now. And somehow they just can't seem to get it, and I don't understand.
They can't get it. I came in here and she given me this talk. I had to defend you. I had
But of
to.
course.
The whole of St. Paul's took great offense last week after your comments, The whole of St. Paul's took great offense.
From what I heard, after I cleared up this whole oil down thing and the St. Paul's thing, I understand Flying Turkey passed an order that no oil down can cook in St. Paul's for independence.
As you say, Flying Turkey, he's supposed to be here, Mr. Cecil Belfon, where are you? We haven't seen you yet. Still waiting.
Oh, Lord.
But Godfrey, how the pots come out?
But guys, listen, we're having a ball of a time down here. As you saw, we had 3 pots of oil down. And right now, the guys are having a ball of a time, So I had some oil along myself. If you notice, I still have one of my containers.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. That's one container.
So that's yours, Auntie Sherms.
No, that's another container.
That's mine?
Right? and here is a third container.
So that's yours now. We saw 3. So I saw Auntie Sherms, I saw mine. That's yours? That's what's happening?
No, that's for me and Shams. You see, the problem with you, Janelle, you talk yourself out of a container of oil.
No. For the last week, you've been trying to convince me that...
If we share oil with you, you won't be able to appreciate it. You understand? Because clearly you don't have a clue about oil down.
I've never known you to be a greedy man. Don't spoil it today.
Rub it in, Godfrey, rub it in.
They say that the proof is in the pudding, in the tasting. So if you've made oil, you from Tivoli, I want a sample today.
Listen to me. You clearly were not listening. And I heard Shama said to you that if I am involved in oil, and she went so fast to tell you, you see the amount of green on top of the pot there?
Hey, that's right.
Let me tell you.
That's right.
The green cover all the yellow in the pot. So you know that's not good oil.
You see that confusion back and they're trying to make there? I want the oil long still.
Janelle, I guess that you would have had to educate Janelle about your involvement with oil over the years. Because once you mentioned the name Godfrey, I say, no way, you know.
I mean, I know he's a very good cook. I know he is. Have I had your oil on before? Maybe not. But I know he's a good cook generally. Yeah. Godfrey, time to come up and bring some oil on for us,
please. It was really wonderful. We had a really good time, and the guys are really good. In fact, I mentioned there's a guy called Sean, and interestingly, he's from Boca. And he's a really, really, really great oil cook. I mean, he's just fantastic. He has a special touch. He's really good. Really, really, really good. So we've been doing that actually for a couple of years now, and but over the years we've been doing 2 pots. And we figured, you know what, 50 years, we're going to put an extra pot.
And how many dumplings?
And it went very well. It went very, very well.
How many dumplings?
So we're quite happy.
How many dumplings?
105.
But I'm happy he was able to clarify, Auntie Sherms, that the cook is from St. George's.
Oh my goodness, she's going back on it.
No, I just like he brought that clarity to the discussion.
Oh my.
Thank you for that.
You know, Shams, she's still missing the point, you know. With every cook, there is an executive chef. That's me.
She had to understand the process.
Listen.
Oh, Lord.
Godfrey,
you know, I must say, you know, I've been following you guys all morning. It's been really, really wonderful, you know, following what's been happening around the country, that march with the children in St. John. It was really wonderful. And there's so much happening that I guess we can't cover everything.
We can't cover everything.
But someone just sent me a video of an institution in the South, and they had a parade, and I can tell you from the video I saw, that parade had to be over 300 strong. It was really wonderful.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
So, yeah. You know, I heard Chris this morning saying that he's never seen such unity, you know, around independence, and I have to agree with him, you know. And also, I want to add something that I learned on this discussion this morning for the very first time, and it has to do with the national dress. Auntie Sharma, I mean, congratulations to the highest. I had absolutely no idea you were the person behind this, and I feel like it's me. I'm so excited. I feel like it's me that do it.
Well, listen, it was like probably the best kept secret. I only found out this morning. This morning I mentioned to a friend in New York that Auntie Sherms is going to be on today, and he was like, fantastic, she initiated this day. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, she did this.
But you have to realize, John, that the kind of contribution that Shama has made, you know, all around. And if I just mention from the media go on. I mean, it is just so significant that I think, I always like to make a confusion. I think Shoma's picture is a little more, would have been more appropriate on the $50. But I would say, I would just leave it there.
Yeah. Godfrey's a real plug.
Listen.
In fact, I figure anybody else's picture would have been more appropriate. So,
it's in your genes, that confusion gene. I suppose. I don't know where you lost it, but it's there. Carry on.
It's part of the job.
It is what it is.
Godfrey.
It is what it is. But this morning as I moved around, I was quite happy because there was so much happening. You moving around, you seeing a lot of the different designs in the attires that people were wearing, and it's just so wonderful. So wonderful. I saw one this morning that really had me cracking up. The national colors that was covered by a black netting. And I thought that was so, creative. But it's great. It's great. It's really great.
Yeah, it really is.
It's really a joy to see how people can really show their pride over who they are as Grenadians on this particular day.
Most definitely. Definitely, indeed.
Nice feeling.
So, guys, I'm going to leave you all because I notice you do have other people that you need to speak to. I just wanted to be sure that Janelle finally understood, where the real oil down thing is. And I think now she's got it. So
I do.
I can leave you all feeling comfortable.
Got it.
She's
Thank you,
admitting.
Yes. I'm admitting
now that she's
I'm admitting. I have it. Your chef is from Boca St. George. I fully understand what is happening.
The executive
I thank
chef.
you for coming on and clarifying that for us.
Oh,
and
my Lord.
You have a wonderful evening. We'll see you in a short while.
Oh, yes, definitely. All the best. Auntie Shams, all the best.
Happy Independence, Godfrey.
Wonderful. You too.
Take care. Bye-bye. We should be hearing from Joseph in a short while, but he sent us a clip earlier. We didn't get to see it, but I really want you to see it because I know folks are still asking. I don't know how much time you still have, but lots of visitors are in and they've been asking how to, get merchandise and paraphernalia to take back and to display. So let's go back to Joseph's clip from the Secretariat this morning, and you get to see some of what is available today. And I'm not too sure if they're open tomorrow, but it's quite possible. Can we see those, please?
Welcome back, it's your boy JC. Peace and love to you, colors there. Remind you that my colors are on the inside. I'm 100% Grenadian, just in case you have any sliver that I'm not patriotic. But either way, we're down here at the Secretariat. We are the merchandise shop, and folks, it is a buzz. If we just do a nice little pan, folks, we can see there's a few people still here lined up, getting ready to get the last bit of the big celebration tomorrow. This is my boy Johnny, but Johnny, that's not your right name, is it? I'm just rechristening you.
Yeah. Nah, you can call me Johnny, but Jonathan.
Jonathan?
Yeah.
Okay. Jonathan, I'm Joseph. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting
Peace.
you.
Oh, geez, sweet boy. That must be some more. That's some real Grenadian handshake.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah?
That's right.
You had breakfast yet?
Oh, of course, man.
Yeah, what you had?
I had an omelette, omelette and some lemongrass tea.
Local eggs, I hope.
Local eggs.
Local eggs. Okay.
Yeah.
But folks, we're here at the merchandise shop, and somebody said to me that it's been a buzz. It's been busy, like.
Yes,
as much as you can.
Yes.
What are some of the fastest selling items that you have?
Well, it's all the Patriots we have here on island. We have a lot of the jerseys. The jerseys are going very fast. In fact, we're pretty low on polos. Everything is going fast. Right. We have mostly round necks remaining now. We have our cooler bags. We have our bags. We have our leather bags as well. We have our...
Come, no, don't go too fast to me. Pass me a cooler bag. Let me see.
All right, sure, man, sure.
Yeah.
So, yes, this is our cooler bags, insulated cooler bags. Come on down, guys. We have all your products for all your needs. Come on.
So, cooler bags, regular...
We have your leather bags. Ladies, come on down. Get your leather bags.
Seems almost like the perfect souvenir, Johnny.
We have all your wine glasses. Stemless, You have your goblets.
Right.
There you go.
I guess, Johnny, I can easily see some fellas saying, wine glass, seriously. I have something else to put in that.
I mean, if you're not alcohol, if you don't even do the wine stuff, drink your Pure Heaven.
Don't encourage them, man. Well, okay, Pure Heavens, that's fine.
Exactly.
Okay, Pure Heavens, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So let's go to Johnny. Tell me. Let's just look at some of the other items that we have
all
here.
Your water bottles as well. We have your clear water bottles. We have your silver water bottles here, right? And I mean, come on. We have it all. Come on. You have to purchase.
So just go this way for me, Johnny. I'm getting the sense, though, Johnny, that we've thought this thing out quite well. So based on your style, I mean, this may probably look a little bit more dandy. I kind of like this for Zoe. What you think?
Come on, you can't go wrong with that, man. Look at this.
Can't go wrong with that?
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this product.
So, folks, I'm getting the sense the merchandise is the merchandise shop. It is a buzz. We also have the cup as well.
Yes, we have your tea mugs for all folks, elderly, the young. Come on down.
And when you think it's probably just about consuming things for the independence, we say, no, Johnny, that's not the case. You've also thought about, you've had these handmade, I'm assuming. You made these? Don't lie, Johnny, you're on national TV, You don't want to lie.
No, but it wasn't by us. This was not by us. It was by...
But it's local.
Yes, it is local.
It is local.
It is local, yes, of course. Everything.
So folks, you got your brooch, your earrings, and they're reasonably priced as well. Mikey, only $25. So folks, if you're still trying to figure out how you accessorize for the National Stadium tomorrow, if you have not made a visit to the merchandise shop on the corners, you have missed out on it. What is here, Johnny? You're not talking to me about it. You seem to be hiding it.
So we have your belts as well. We have your belts here. Come on, we have your shirts.
So it's the full package?
We have the full package.
So I'm just going to rest the belt. I'm just going to rest my belt here.
Yes,
See?
yes.
All of a sudden, I'm in, guys.
That's right. Yeah.
So what's this?
This is like a kimono type, a dress.
You saw that? You saw it?
Yeah. What's that?
Who saw it? You?
No, not us. Not us.
Okay, I was just about to say you actually look more skilled than I thought. Yeah.
No.
Yes, come, let's go. What's here?
Okay, this
looks as though this. No, that looks like Zoe. I can see Zoe in that. Yeah.
I find so. Yeah, man.
Folks, you're looking for the perfect addition to your outfits for tomorrow. Check the merchandise shop, and of course, if you're trying to figure out exactly how it may look, though, who's this lady here?
Well, we call her Gladys.
Gladys.
Yeah.
Gladys Knight.
Gladys.
That's Gladys.
That's Gladys.
Yeah. She looks sassy.
Yeah, she's kind of sassy.
You like her? You like her?
Pure Grenadian.
That's your kind of girl?
Nah, not my kind of girl, nah.
Anyway. Johnny said that that's not his type of girl. Before we run, though, we have a few folks that is in here. They just want to chit-chat. There's this youngster here. I don't know he's going to... Wow, sweet Lord, everybody's running now. Well, there's only one person, two persons left standing. Joe, come on, Joe, we'll take care of the ticket for you. Well, tell me quickly before you go. But just give me your thoughts, though. Celebrating 50, your thoughts?
At some point in time, you're supposed to get there.
Right.
So it's nice that we're here now. Yeah. There's some changes I would like to see. Positive changes in the sense of getting away from the Queen and that kind of thing. I want to see that happen in my lifetime.
You want to see that in your lifetime? Well, Joe, that means that has to happen.
Pretty soon.
Yeah, I didn't say.
I'm thinking of going anywhere soon, but it has to happen.
I didn't say anything, Joe.
Pretty soon.
Well, I just met two of my news friends. Come here, sir. He's been on the island. I mean, folks, I met him this morning, and I'm asking him, sir, are you visiting the country? He's like, no, I've been here 27 years. I mean, seriously?
Just 7. Just 7 years.
Oh, just 7.
No,
I gave you 27.
Sorry, I'm not that old.
Tell me, 7 years, so of course you've had the experience of independence before. Is this one? How special is this one?
We're just looking forward to it. I mean, we've been here 7 years. We had 2 kids here, so they're Grenadian. So we're giving it to them, and hopefully they can stay here and enjoy themselves and make the most of it.
What have you enjoyed the most this year about the celebrations? What are you looking forward to the most?
Hey, the stadium tomorrow. Just being there, taking the kids there so they can take it all in and experience it. So that's the main thing for us.
Well, let me just, of course, doing that, make you, I know, crown you. He is the king of the hill for today. Folks, it's the boy JC, my new friend, he says 7 years. The kids are all Grenadian. That means you've officially entitled to a piece of the rock called Grenada.
Thank you.
Folks, it's the boy JC. I'm leaving you here, and I'm heading somewhere about the place. But folks, it's a buzz. Make sure you're coming down to the merchandise shop. When you come, ask for Johnny. And there is mangoes to be distributed. Only 2 left. JC loves you. I'm out of here.
Thank you, JC. Indeed, and he showed him lots. I love the bags. I love the bags.
The cooler bag for people traveling.
Nice to rock
Especially those
with.
Grenadians, I want to take back things like a little lambi and stuff like that. They have a
Hopefully
nice
2
cooler
mangoes.
bag.
Are we permitted to travel with mangoes?
No,
Maybe 2?
no, you're not supposed to. But,
So we're supposed to just hide
it
it.
happens.
We're supposed to hide it.
A little fish, a little jacks, and stuff like that. A cooler bag comes, and not only for that. If a lot of folks know, sometimes they go off to the supermarket to buy their little groceries, and they may want to visit a friend.
Right.
But they have to rush back home to put the meat and so on in the freezer. If they have a cooler bag with them, they can certainly put it in
store
there
it
and
safely.
Yes, and you know, go about other things.
The guy Joe interviewed, he touched on a point that I keep saying. I was hoping to see a greater emphasis on it for the season, but I think the conversation has restarted again, and I'm talking about constitution reform. I think we missed the boat on it several times, twice. I think we tried it twice.
Yes.
And 50 years on, there must be some things in the constitution we want to change. We're growing, we're transforming. Is it still serving our needs? And I think if people are honest with themselves, they would agree we need to revisit the Constitution and make some adjustments. I'm hoping as we embrace and we take on Vision 75, it's one of the things we will look at as we continue to develop.
Well, you know, the Constitution calls for a 2/3 majority.
In some things.
In most things. And if that is not done, then you can't do anything, about it. We know presently that Dr. Alexis has put forward a solution to that Pledge of Allegiance matter to His Majesty the King. And they're saying that it can be changed to pledge allegiance to Grenada,
right,
without having to have a referendum,
right,
and it can be done via Parliament, etc., etc. But obviously, it's something that needs to be looked into thoroughly, and the legality or lack thereof, or whatever it may take to do that. I think is something that is good for discussion.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm sure that most Grenadians would prefer to say, I pledge allegiance to Grenada, and to say, I pledge allegiance to King, at this stage in our lives. So if that is possible, then that is something that can happen in an easier process. However, if we're going to make major changes to the Constitution, it must be of a 2/3 majority.
Right.
And that has to be something that is, everybody must be a collective agreement to do something like that. 2 attempts were made, one for the CCJ and one on a number of other issues in terms of the electoral situation and Carriacou and Petit Martinique becoming a part of the
name of the state,
passport and the name of the state, and so on. And we failed at that. So it's I would say this, Janelle, I think it is the government may be a little bit skeptical to do so at this time. They have to see what the water is like and see whether people are ready for that, because the readiness will make the difference.
It would, but I think the third time's the charm, and I think the people have they have learned a lot since. Prior to the referendums, you remember the discussion and the education only started. I think people are more informed, they are more aware of what the Constitution says, and I think they are ready to embrace the change.
But you know, it wasn't about not being ready to embrace the change.
We politicize it, if we're honest with ourselves.
That's what it was.
That's what it was. It's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
I think some people still have regrets. I hear people trying to access the court, for instance, and you know the difficulties in accessing the Privy Council as your final court. So, I mean, when you look at that alone, it's certainly something you'd want to address. So I think if we prepare the groundwork and go to the public again, I think the results will be vastly different.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot. But you also have to remember, Janelle, we seem to be a nation very finicky voters. And something could be well massaged for this now, and something comes about, and boom, you see a difference. So it is not an easy process.
It's not.
That it must be something that is fully exposed, educated people on it, and the feel and the buy-in must be there.
Yeah.
So let's hope. I mean, I think that every good Grenadian citizen understanding what the Constitution means. Now, you also have to bear in mind that there's certain rights within the Constitution for that individual that must be preserved. Yeah? So you have to probably take it as it was in the past, in different segments, the changes you want to make.
Right, it has to be. It has to
because you're talking about freedom of speech and other things, other freedom to work, religion, etc., which must be.
No. Those fundamental rights will be secured and guaranteed. But there are things we can do, and
there are a few things there to change.
There are things for improvement if we're really serious about moving forward.
If you go back to the aspect of Carriacou and Petit Martinique on the passport cover, for example, just simply use that as a reference. That was tutored by the Calypsonian out of Carriacou way back in the 70s, 80s, and that's a long time. That's a few decades down the road since that talk was there, you know, and we haven't done anything about it. Sugar Patch was his name, a Calypsonian that did that song. Put my name on the passport cover. You know,
Tell them if you put in their name, they have one carnival.
A long time, you know.
Auntie Sherms, we telling Carriacou if you put in their name, we had one carnival.
You're being selfish now.
Making confusion. I'm even at Godfrey right now.
Fact, you know, it is Carnival kick-off fully. As of Thursday, you have Queen Show in Carriacou Thursday, Soca Monarch following right after Friday, etc.
I think they just gave away for the independence celebrations, but I think they would be turning things up a bit.
Big time.
Once we get past Wednesday.
Well, as a matter of fact, according to their schedule, tomorrow night, they're going to be having their final road show in Hillsborough.
A road show?
Yeah.
Independence Night.
Independence Night. So I imagine when the folks who would be finished with the National Stadium, because usually they come down and then they head back up on the boat, they are just going to go right into that big celebration.
Because they did have the bulk of their celebrations earlier, the military parade both in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and so they were already prepping for Carnival.
Kayak mass.
Always a treat.
Yes.
We do have some footage. I understand the folks at Huggins had quite a celebration earlier, and one of our reporters were gracious enough to get the footage for us. So let's see what happened at Huggins earlier today.
My favorite childhood memory is playing hopscotch and Chinese skip.
My favorite memory was a jege, or what is known as a rara.
Riding Tash from up the hill to come down. Tash is like a broadleaf.
and you sit on it and you're skating come down the hill.
In them days, few people had fridge and telephone. So Miss Drive that over the person who had a fridge, and I could recall one of the guys peeing in a bottle, and they brought it over from his driver to put on the fridge and told could you put the Bobby in the future house, please? And then she calling the guys, come for the Bobby, but nobody going for the Bobby because they know what was in the bottle, right?
I used to play marble with the boys and all the other childhood games.
Me and all the guys sitting in the boat, holding crayfish for the whole day. When we come out there, we foot white.
And we as kids would be there holding crayfish, washing our clothes, and by the time you know it, you spend the entire day by the river.
We would spend the whole day in the river, but only half an hour washing. The rest was spent looking for mangoes, tonguing almond, and just farming the food.
My friend and I used to go searching for fruits, and some of our favorite fruits was the mammy apple. I don't know if you remember the star apple, and of course the sugar apple.
We used to have to get up and go to the mountain to pick up nutmegs. We would pick up the nutmegs, spend all day in the mountain, and then come home and shell 5 bags of nutmeg, crocus bag.
We slept on the crocus bag, and when we pee on the bag, we have to go and wash it in the river with ghost po.
So I was really privileged to have met frequently and have discussions as a child with our former Prime Minister Maurice Bishop.
In those days, you're walking from town to Granan's Beach, and you're sitting on the beach and you're sucking skin up all day till your mouth cut up. Happy 50th Independence, Grenada. Happy 50th anniversary of Independence, Grenada. Happy Independence, Grenada. Happy 50th anniversary of Independence, Grenada. And here's to making many more happy memories together as one country and one nation.
No, you say, no.
Wow. Fantastic memories there, Auntie Germs. You remember some of these games?
Of course.
Yeah, yeah. That's like Grenadian memories.
All kind of thing. Yeah,
Thank you, Team Huggins.
Hopscotch was the one with the ball. Moral was the one you said made a wad of
Moral? Nah, man. That's where you draw the lines on the ground and you bomb the ball and you go around.
Well, there was hopscotch and there was moral. 2 different games.
What is hopscotch?
Similar.
No, hopscotch is where you draw the lines and you hop around it.
Yeah.
Staying in the squares.
Yeah.
But with moral, you would roll the ball.
And there was a third one where you made a wad of paper. You wet it and you're supposed to send it. And you similarly. Okay. A lot of these things children don't even know. They don't even concern themselves with that. Marbles. Look at one. Speak about marbles. Going out and hunting for mango was a big thing.
Still is.
They still do that.
I do it now, but they call it predial larceny.
I like that.
That is what it is.
You know, summertime, you go in and hunt for mango.
They call it predial larceny now.
Oh my goodness.
You need to refrain.
You know, and because we engage in so much things over the summer holidays, eating all sorts of fruits that we find that, you know, then you get a washout to go back to school. You have to get a washout. Those are the days, my dear.
We still want to practice it, but they have a new term. I say it's predial larceny, so you don't hunt as before. People's property.
Janet, I don't want to take out anything from what we're celebrating here this year and today here on GBN. But I'm within GBN at this time. I just want to let you know that where everything has a journey, and where we're sitting here today, as television started in Grenada 50 years next year.
Wow.
By Joseph Pitt.
Joseph Pitt.
Yeah, Grenada Television, yeah. Of course, when the revolution came around, they took it away from him. And this, my friend, where you are today, is where we are 49 years ago. Started by Joseph Pitt. This is GBN today. GBN started as Grenada Television, owned by Joseph Pitt.
Okay.
So there's something for us to celebrate next year.
A history lesson right there. I was not aware.
I wouldn't even get into my involvement there, but I'm just telling you, I think that television needs to be celebrated on that anniversary. I'm not sure of the date. I'll have to find
out for me. So we have another big 50 coming up.
Yeah, because I say that to say because I joined them 49 years ago as the first television presenter.
Okay.
Yes. So next year will be 50 years of television. And let me say this, that we had color television in Grenada before Trinidad.
Table knock.
Yeah, so there's a lot to celebrate going forward.
Indeed, indeed. Thanks for that, Auntie Sherms. I was not aware.
That's your history where you are sitting today as in charge of this entity.
Got you. And indeed, it is something to celebrate. I keep saying it's one of the medium. I mean, it has evolved, it has changed.
It has.
But
it became fully government owned, and then it went into being a statutory body. Then it shares sold, and so on. So it has come a long way.
Yeah, it has.
And understanding the process of television then to now, it's an amazing transformation. But you have to remember, like Chris mentioned early on, about artificial intelligence.
Yes.
So things evolve.
And as a result, we have to the new technology taking over. Yes, yes.
You know.
Auntie Sherms, we have a message from the leader of Her Majesty's opposition. Is that ready for us, Kellan? Okay, so he's preparing it, but it's coming up in a short while. We do have, we have so many pieces. Kellan, we were, Independence celebrated, yes. So let's go to that video instead still, while we get ready for the message from the leader of Her Majesty's opposition.
If I take time and I write down all the things that I love on my island, best believe my list gon' be like 5 miles long. Best believe it's love that makes me sing this song. The cleanest breeze on the waters, friendly people meet in every corner. Togetherness and love is what we stand for. We stand for. We stand for.
Oh, island in the sun. Look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come. More to come. More to come. Going higher. 50 years we're blessed, we're forged in fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. We're going higher. Going higher.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Bryden and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher. 50 years we're blessed, we're forged.
How do you choose your toilet paper? Just because it's soft and nice. That's how I choose my toilet paper. Made right here in the Isle of Spice. Cherished streets of Harbor Bay. Super value every day. The price is right and locally they're made. Support local when you purchase Cherish and other quality brands from Grenada Paper Products.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union introduces its new digital platform, managing your finances at any time from anywhere.
As a part-time student, balancing work and studies can be a real challenge. But with GCCU's digital app, these worries are no more. My parents can now remotely transfer funds to my account and I can check my balance at any time, giving me the freedom to achieve my goals.
My days can be long and tedious. With this app, I can ensure my loan is paid on time, transfer funds to someone else's account, and check my balances. I don't have to rush to do business during my lunch hour or after work anymore.
With this app, I can request checks to pay my suppliers, letters for my business transactions. I don't have to leave my farm to go stand in line.
The Grenville Credit Union digital platform. It's convenient and secure banking right at your fingertips. Download the app today from the Play Store or App Store or call 442-8602, 459-4325 or 416-8467 for further information.
Mr. mentioned the wing carry, then you have things like manuals, force combat, you know. We have the low power that.
It is kind of like the same man, and it's just different name for the same kind of thing.
And last but not least, I just want to say to all the men who saw me, call me, and ask for a piece of cake. I'm baking this weekend.
Join us Fridays at 8 on GBN Television, K105 FM, GBN's Facebook page and YouTube channel for We Culture.
On Caribbean Passport, join us for Trinidad and Tobago Carnival. Witness the spectacle of the mass, the music and the energy. Then we'll sprint over to Barbados for the Run Barbados Marathon. It's color, revelry and tons of excitement on Caribbean Passport. Right here on this station.
Live broadcast of the National Colors Day celebration is brought to you in part by Grenada Paper Products, Bryden and Miners, and Grenville Credit Union.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire, still reaching for more. Going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, up, up.
Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. And we are at the end of our broadcast with you. It has been such fun being here. For me especially, I feel honored to have spent the day with someone I absolutely love and appreciate and respect, because she is so talented and she has done and continue to do so much to educate, inform and uplift Grenadians. She is a national treasure. She's a treasure trove, full of information. Anything I want to know, I could call Auntie Sherms, and she's sure to tell me. Thank you for being here with me. I said you were going to be my co-host. I told Godfrey it's a trick. I telling her co-host, but she's really the host.
Really?
Yeah, it was just a trick to bring in.
I just love my shades, if I may say so, folks.
No, I love it too.
I feel so great to find this little nice shades with the Grenada colors on it. And I'll get you one, don't worry. And I thank you, Janelle, for inviting me to spend this time with you to reflect on us as a people at this 50th anniversary of independence. And I want to take the opportunity to wish every Grenadian a very happy 50th anniversary of independence, and to encourage you to go out to the National Stadium tomorrow. That is your right and your privilege.
Yeah.
Take advantage of it. It's a milestone. You don't want to view history. You want to be part of history.
And that is it. Being part of our celebrations tomorrow, folks. It starts at, is it 2 p.m.? The exhibition?
The exhibition, I understand, is going to be there since from about 11.
11, okay.
The parade starts at 2.
At 2, okay, so that's at 2. Okay, so Stadium, National Stadium tomorrow. Before we leave, I have to say thanks again to our teams in the field who have been sending us information all day. Thank you to all Grenadians near and far who passed through. Happy Independence to all of you. Thank you to our partners who made this broadcast possible. The Grenville Credit Union, Grenada Paper Products, Demerara Mutual Life, and Bryden and Miners. Thank you so much. Happy Independence, Grenada. We will leave you with excerpts from the Best Village, St. Paul's, the Independence Extravaganza. But before that, there is a message for you from the leader of Her Majesty's Opposition, Dr. Keith Mitchell. Happy Independence, Grenada. Thank you so much again for being part of a broadcast today. Happy Colors Day. Bye-bye.
My beloved Grenadians, today, as we stand on the threshold of a momentous milestone, our nation's 50th anniversary of independence, my heart swells with pride and joy. Today, we celebrate not just a date, but a journey of resilience, strength, and unwavering determination. As we cast our eyes back over the past 5 decades, we see a tapestry woven with threads of resilience and brilliance. Yes, we have faced challenges, from the ravages of natural disasters like Hurricanes Ivan and Emily, to the unprecedented global crisis of COVID-19 pandemic. But like the majestic granite hand, we have remained steadfast, our spirit unshaken, our resolve unbroken. Our journey has been remarkable, marked by significant strides in education, socio-economic stability, and infrastructural development. The scholarships that have illuminated the paths of our youth, the stable economy we have nurtured, and the improved infrastructure are not just achievements, they are beacons of a collective will. The transformation of our country in critical areas like water supply, telecommunications, electrification, and proper road networks has been nothing short of miraculous. Clean and safe water now flows freely in our homes, a symbol of our dedication to the health and well-being of every Grenadian. Our leap in telecommunications has connected us with the world like never before, fostering innovation and education. The widespread access to electricity has lit up our nation, fueling our homes and our dreams. And our road networks, improved and expanded, have become the lifelines that connect our communities and drive our economic growth. On this auspicious February 7th, we stand united, Grenadians both at home and in the far-flung corners of the diaspora, celebrating as one people, one nation. Our diaspora, a testament to our global influence, remains integral to our nation's story, contributing richly to our ongoing narrative. Our heritage, a kaleidoscope of culture, warmth, and resilience, resonates across generations, creating an enduring legacy. It is our duty, our privilege, to uphold this legacy, ensuring that our Spice Island remains a jewel in the Caribbean, revered for its beauty, warmth, and unyielding spirit. Looking ahead, we envision Grenada as a beacon of the Caribbean, shining brighter with each passing year. Our eyes are set on a future filled with promise, a future where every Grenadian contributes to a nation that is not only prosperous, but also a symbol of hope and unity. And as we celebrate this golden anniversary, we pay homage to Sir Eric Matthew Carey, the father of our independence. His vision laid the cornerstone of our nation, his legacy a guiding light for our future. So Eric's dream, now realized in our thriving nation, continues to inspire us. To every Grenadian, whether you are celebrating on our shores or across the seas, I wish you a jubilant, heartwarming celebration. Together, let's honor our past, cherish our present, and embrace our future with hope and optimism. May the Almighty bless our nation, guide our steps, and continue to shower His grace upon our beloved Grenada. Happy 50th Independence Anniversary. God bless our beautiful Grenada.
Going higher, 50 years we're blessed with forged in fire.